You can do better, please. Asinalo galento siyenza asinalo asinalo galento siyenza asinalo valo ngalento siyenza anything inside tournament. Finance. Accident. Special RC Monday. Accident Monday. Yeah. Physical ICU. Okay. Izolo ngizwile bathifika sengihambile. Asabenza kakhulu. Sisatabalaza namhlanje. Sure. Asinalo adetto sieza
Sebathandazile, sesithandazile.
Shaya khona. Shaya shabathi.
Mandla. Viva Sadtu, viva. Viva Sadtu, viva. Mandla. Mandla. Roar young lions, roar. Viva the veterans of Sadtu, viva. Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Ayo matata. Ayo matata. Ayo moti. Isatu alite. Ayo. Ayo matata. Ayo matata. Ayo Isatu alite. Ayo matata. Ayo. Ayo matata. Ayo. Ayo matata. Ayo. Ayo matata. Ayo matata. Isatu alite. Ayo matata. Ayo. Ayo matata. Ayo is. Ayo matata. Ayo matata. Ayo matata. Ayo isa. Ayo matata. Ayo matata. Ayo. Ayo matata. Ayo isa. Isatu ilite. Ayo. Ayo matata. Ayo matata. Mandla. Viva Sadtu, viva. Solomon is social, he's social. Solomon is social, he's social. Hela bola, hela bola. Solomon, iyo, Solomon, Solomon, iyo, Solomon, Solomon, iyo, Solomon, Solomon, iyo, Solomon, Sasha. Hela bola, hela bola. Solomon is Sasha. Hela bola, hela bola. Solomon, iyo, Solomon, Solomon, iyo, Solomon, Solomon, iyo, Solomon, Solomon, iyo, Asian comrade, Solomon is Sasha. Hela bola, hela bola. Solomon is Sasha. Hela bola, hela bola. Solomon. Solomon, iyo Solomon, Solomon, Isosha, Elabolawa, Oyoli Sosha, Elabola, Areng Makwala Cheche, La Cheche, Oya Oya Runa, Areng Makwala Cheche, Oya Oya Runa, Oya Runa, Oya Runa, Oya Runa, Areng Makwala Cheche, Oya Runa, Areng Makwala Cheche, Oya Oya Runa, Oya Runa, Oya Runa, Oya Runa, Oya Runa, Areng Makwala Cheche, Oya Runa, Areng Makwala Cheche, Oya Runa, 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 Areng Makwala Cheche, Oya Runa, Areng Makwala Cheche, Oya Runa, Oya Runa, Oya Runa, Mandla, Mandla, Viva Sadtu Fefa, Viva Sadtu Fefa, Hey Tamakabane, Hey Tamakabane, Ho left, ho right, Nyamazan, ho, ho left, ho right, Nyamazan, Hiromo, Romo, Haromo, Horomo, Romo, Krizan, Manda, Nyamazan, Nyamazan, hello, Nyamazan, hello, Nyamazan, hello, Nyamazan, hello, Nyamazan, hawe hlale hlathene, hlale hlathene.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Amandla. Amandla. Clap hands for yourself. You have done so well. I know it was a little bit tough due to the aftermath. I'm not going to explain. Is the mic working? All right. Thank you. Amandla. Comrades, let's take the opportunity and welcome all of you. And we really appreciate that you have made yourself available for the second day of the PGC. We are not done as yet with quite a number of aspects as they appear on the agenda items or the program rather. And we need to go back and work accordingly. Remember, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, as we have explained yesterday. But based on the assessment for day one, we're quite excited, all of us, on the contributions that all of you have made so far. And I hope and trust that the second day will go as expected. There are quite a number of activities that needs to take place, and we are quite confident that through your cooperation, of course, that we will maneuver ourselves and navigate ourselves to the end of the program without any hassles. Without a waste of time, allow me to call upon the Deputy Provincial Secretary to come and introduce a very important guest. You will see with the walk that this indeed is a special guest. It's our guest, she's part of us. Msedi?
Symphony woman on top, symphony woman on top, ewe. Symphony woman on top, 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 ewe. Symphony woman on top, Amandla. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm singing this song. I think when I introduce the guest, you'll understand why I'm singing this song. And I was allowed by the deputy chair to say, yes, you can sing that song. It's not a problem. Normally he gives me the time when to sing it. But now he said, now I can sing it, it's fine. Comrade, without any waste of time, I'm here to introduce. Let me indicate that it is our pleasure. As a province, among our midst, we have our dignitary, whom we are very proud of, Miss Sadtu 2023, who answers to the name of Lesedi Molefe from Mosenya region. Symphony woman on top, symphony woman on top, ewe. Symphony woman on top. Amandla, comrade, this is our Misa to all of us. He's from Mosenya region, but he belongs to all of us. Let's sing. Symphony woman on top, symphony woman on top, ewe. Symphony woman woman on top. Sefone woman on top. Oh, ah. Sefone woman on top. Oh. Sefone woman on top. Sefone woman on top. Oh. Sefone woman on top. Oh. Then. Sefone woman on top. Amandla.
That is the beauty with the mines also. Okay. Let's welcome. It is now a closed session. Let's close the doors. It is now a closed session. Let's allow the Provincial Treasurer, Comrade Neo Maimane, to present his financial report. Comrade Neo.
Ntate Matakanye, unintroduced. Viva Sadtu, viva! Viva Kosatu, viva! Viva the African National Congress, viva! Comrades, I just want to request Shavet to lead us with a revolutionary song. Shavet, yeah, one for us. Mana ke mo platform ka se no bolela e tla bolela. Eish. Viva Sadtu, viva! Thank you very much, Comrade Rachoshi, the chairperson of Harankua in Tshwane, where I come from. Comrades, we wish to present to yourself the mid-year report, the finance mid-year report, comrades. And we hope that we are going to be very brief. Those who know the treasurer of Gauteng, Comrade Neo Maimane, will tell you, comrades, during my presentation, I will target you. If you sleep because of matters arising, I will call your name. I like attention, therefore you must pay attention. I am waiting for the technician to screen the report. On page 2, where we made an introduction indicating that it's a midterm review report. It's an attempt to detail the financial management and challenges that face the PEC over that period. We are also indicating, comrades, that during COVID, as a province, we were able to save a lot of money. We saved up to almost 14 million over that period. But we must indicate, comrades, immediately after the COVID, we were then had to go to the provincial conference, and we also had major activities that took a lot of money. We also want to indicate the focus of this report, that it will focus on 5 main areas. And the 5 main areas that we are going to focus on, the first one is the composition of the Provincial Finance Committee and its responsibilities, the activities performed by the Finance Department, the overview on audited financial report covering the period under review. We will also go in detail as far as Sadtu Sako is concerned. After we have concluded this report, we will take you through the Sadtu Sako and inform those who don't know the Sadtu Sako, so that, comrades, we are all part of the Sadtu Sako. I will go deep into the issues of Sadtu Sako after we have concluded this report. Lastly, we will then talk about the challenges and recommendations, so that when we move out of this council, we know what to do. The Provincial Finance Committee, comrades, has been listed there. I will not go in details, but the people who are leading the Provincial Finance Committee are from different regions. This time around, after our provincial conference, we had the Eastern Regional Secretary being part of it, the most senior Regional Secretary being part of it, the North Treasurer, Gauteng North Treasurer, and Southwest Treasurer, including Tshwane Treasurer. Tshwane Treasurer has been there for some time. So these are the new members who have joined immediately after our provincial conference. We also have the administrator and the finance clerk as part of the committee. We want to just indicate that the Provincial Finance Committee deals with quarterly statements and also look at the financial position of the province on regular basis. And you know, the FinCom does not have authority, and therefore it recommends to the PEC. Some of the responsibilities that we normally do as finance committees, budgeting and the procurement of goods and services. The finance department, led by myself and the provincial secretary, including the administrator and the finance clerk, we look at all the financial requirements mandated by the PEC and implement the decisions of the PEC. We want to indicate that amongst others that we have done over this period, it's workshops. All the workshops that you attended, comrades, are financed from the finance department. Sports and arts have been very active, and all the activities were paid by the finance department. And I must indicate in and outside the country, because there were Sadtu games in Botswana and all other games against Mpumalanga on 2 occasions, and all other activities, the gender activities, the education activities, the legal and welfare workshops, and the recruitment drives that you normally see happening from the level of the province. We also just want to indicate, comrades, that some of the biggest tasks that demanded the attention of the PC and the finance department was the state of the provincial building and load shedding. We all know we are coming from that period where we had a lot of load shedding, which led to our offices being closed on regular basis. But equally so, we just want to inform you, comrades, and report to yourselves that the building that our office is housed, it's not in a good shape. It needs some attention in terms of improving it. So we have been dealing with that matter, and almost an amount of 1.8 million has been spent to renovate the office. We also want to indicate that we have put in all the floors of that office, if you know it, the inverters to mediate with load shedding. So the finance department has done extremely well, mandated by the PEC. Comrades, the past 2 years, and I'm talking now about the audited financial statement, we have been doing extremely well, despite the challenges that we are facing with regard to some structures not submitting or not doing the correct thing in terms of finance documents. The journey that the province has traversed is very remarkable. For many years, the province invested in capacitating finance officers in regions and branches, and the efforts have eventually borne fruits. You know, we were patient with our financial officers or signatories over a long period of time, and we can now celebrate and say we have reached a point where majority of the finance officers in all the structures now understand what is expected of them. In 2022-23 financial year, the province has received unqualified audit reports. We are now presenting, comrades, the statement that comes from the external auditors, and I want to quote, "In our opinion, the financial statement presents fairly in all material respects the financial position of South African Democratic Teachers Union, Gauteng Province, and its financial performance and cash flows for the year then ended, in accordance with if for SMEs and accounting standards as issued by the International Accounting Standards Board and the requirements of the Labor Relations Act 66 of 1995 and the Sadtu Constitutions." So we have done extremely well in ensuring that when we submit at the end of the hour, books are in order. And we want to thank everyone who have contributed to this effort. I equally want to thank the regional administrators, provincial administrator, and the finance clerk for the hard work they've been doing behind the scenes. Though we are celebrating this victory, comrades, we must mention that we still have structures which still don't adhere to our directives during the audit period, and thus the following happens. One, the books are not submitted on time. And this is a provincial general council. We can't name and shame, but those structures know themselves. We struggle to get the finance books from them, and we have been in the workshops trying to explain the reason why books should arrive on time. And we just want to emphasize, comrades, we can turn this council into a workshop and indicate that, comrades, some activities that you are doing without proper procedures or without looking at the finance manual lead us into failing to submit the finance book on time. I know we are here, and I'm going to talk about it because you know I like it. That when it's 5 in the afternoon, most of us disappear, and we perform some transactions, and those transactions are not properly recorded. And that in itself, comrades, contributes towards our failure to submit books on time. Some structures fail to do bank authorization. As I've indicated yesterday, comrades, we are living in an era where IT is very important. So bank authorization will be done online. So if you don't have an email at this period and you are a finance officer, then you must reconsider and do something about it. They don't keep records, supporting documents, and that is our main problem, because if you don't have records, you will be unable to finalize your finance file. Here is a monster or an elephant in the room, comrades. We have discovered that most of the structures, especially branches, you have the debit cards. And if you go to the finance manual, that is not allowed, comrades. I've requested that most of you who are having debit cards, please bring them to me and give me the PIN code, and then I'll keep them for you. You are not supposed to transact with a card. That is the policy of the organization. But majority of structures or branches here, they do transact with bank cards. Now, the reason why you're not supposed to transact with bank cards is because you can't trace that transaction. So we are appealing to yourselves, comrades, that you refrain from using debit cards and destroy those debit cards. Lastly, there is structures who perform transactions without proper authorization. If, comrades, you are a finance officer, either a secretary or the treasurer, I'm going to mention these two. Comrades, just know, every claim that comes to you must be authorized properly. It must be authorized so that we will have a record that you have seen that particular claim. So it cannot be that we pay each other, comrades, claims without records. Some of us have attended this PGC. Already the claims have been paid. And the policy of the organization says what? It says you perform that duty and you come and claim. But already I've seen people exchanging money yesterday. Comrades, we shall keep on monitoring structures and persuading them to do the right thing. Let us go to the audited financial statement, comrades. And I hope you'll be able to see the figures there. Okay. Please check on your phones, those who have them. We are just guiding you on the screen, comrades. I want to speak to the first one, which is the statement of financial position. And comrades, I'm focusing on only 2023, because it's the latest. And the reason is that we need to understand, comrades, when we do our business or when we transact, that what you are doing today, we will have a detailed report at the end of the financial year. Now, you look at the statement of financial position, comrades, you will see there are two things which are critical there. It's the current assets, or the assets, non-current, and the current assets. And you have to look at the performance of the province from 2022 to 2023. If you look at that page, comrades, it will inform you that in 2022, our non-current assets were at 3,446,796 rand. Now, if you compare that to the 2023 period, you will notice that we have dropped a little bit in terms of assets. And comrades, assets are key in every organization. The asset reflects the strength of the organization. And in 2023, it dropped to 2,952,000. So you will notice that there's a movement. Even at the bottom, the total assets compared to the current assets and the non-current assets, you will see that we have dropped from 10 million to 9 million. We will explain later. The equity and liabilities, also there is a drop there. And therefore, this is our balance sheet, and the balance sheet is balancing. The next statement is our statement of comprehensive income, comrades. And we also want to thank the people who are doing recruitment in Gauteng. You are doing extremely well. If you are looking at our stats yesterday, membership stats, you will notice that Gauteng has grown a lot since the last 3 years. And this, comrades, reflects even in the finances that our revenue has increased from 32 million to 35 million annually. So from 2022 to 2023, we were able to move from 32 million to 35 million. So it's a very good growth in terms of membership and revenue. If you look at the page where we have a graph, it will just indicate to you how easy we have grown. A little bit from 32 to 35. The next one is just a pie chart that also shows the slight improvement in terms of our revenue. But when you compare our income with the expenses, comrades, it's a different picture. That our expenses are more than our income. But the question is, how do we manage, comrades? We manage because we've got FinCom, we've got PEC, that from time to time assist us to balance the equation. If you go back to the statement of comprehensive income, you'll notice we've got additional income that we are getting from other sources. For example, in 2022, we had almost 1.7 million, and in 2023, we had almost 1 million. Year-to-year loss, we just want to show you that graph that shows that we have at least improved from the previous year. In 2022, our loss was almost 12 million, and now our loss is at 2 million. And it's a loss, comrade. Comrades, let me just rest this issue and go straight to the report on Sadtu Sako. We will come back on this issue of Sadtu Sako, comrades, at the end of the finance report, and then share with you what Sako is. We do not want people to be misinformed about Sadtu Sako. Let me just indicate from the report, comrades, that Sadtu Sako has grown considerably since its inception in 2019, and we have done extremely well. I will later talk about the assets, which are almost at 8 million. And once you reach that point, you exceed 5 million in the assets in the cooperative banking sector. You then have to move into a cooperative bank. Currently, we call ourselves a cooperative financial institution, but we are under pressure to move to a cooperative bank. I'll come to that one. Let me just go straight to challenges and recommendations. The following are challenges, comrades. As we have indicated, we don't submit on time when we are requested to submit. I wonder, comrades, who are seated here, how many structures do we have budget and program of action? And that affects finances, comrades, because we transact without having a vision. So majority of structures don't have budget and they don't have programs. Majority of you do not comply with the constitutional requirement of reporting. We have called you to induction workshops, and comrades, we have tried our level best to indicate that it's important for all of you to report on regular basis as per the dictates of the Constitution. But unfortunately, we don't report. We call Steward Council meetings, we don't report. We call REC meetings, we don't report. The treasurers don't report. In fact, they fell sick during that time. So it is important that every quarter you are expected to report, comrades. There are two reports that are key in the site council meeting. One is the secretariat report, two is the treasurer's report, including the REC. Two reports only. The provincial office, comrades, we must indicate it's very old and is experiencing maintenance challenges. That area where our provincial office is situated, comrades, it's a very, very volatile area because many things are happening there. And we are scared, comrades, that one day those buildings might collapse in that area, Marshalltown. You know what happened recently, comrades. So we are putting this before the Provincial General Council, and we hope we will be advised as to what we can do with regard to that building. With regard to regions and the province, the ACPEC capturing is not done on monthly basis. Now, here's our recommendations, comrades, before we conclude. That structures must keep records of all transactions throughout the year. All treasurers and secretaries must have that file where they keep records of the transactions they have performed throughout the year. That proper assessment of the provincial office building be done and, if possible, be sold. That the province continues to conduct finance workshops as it produces positive outcomes. I know some of the finance officers just like coming to the provincial finance workshop. But we are seeing progress in terms of officers who come to the workshop, because going back to their branches, some improve on keeping records and doing what we have recommended in the workshop. Lastly, we are recommending that capturing and reconciliation of financial transactions be done monthly, especially in the regions and the branches. Comrades, I have said we will go back to the report on the Sadtu Sako. The report we are getting, technicians, if you can go to the presentation on Sadtu Sako. The report we are getting, comrades, is that majority of our structures are not aware, or our members are not aware of Sadtu Sako. And I'm worried that most of us have decided just to watch and not even participate in this very special institution called Sadtu Sako. So we will try, comrades, by all means, to brief you for some few minutes with regard to the Sadtu Sako. And the reason is that Sadtu Sako is unable to send anyone to come and present to yourself. So I'm taking this advantage because they've requested, if possible, I should inform you about Sadtu Sako. We have seen a trend where within Sadtu Sako, Gauteng was #1. But apparently things have changed, comrades. Because comrades are no longer participating. They stop the debit orders, they stop everything once the deduction has been made. The following months, you just stop everything. And that, comrades, have led to less numbers for Gauteng. Those who are new and are exposed to this information for the first time, just know that Sadtu Sako was established because of a resolution in 2014, the Congress resolution in 2014, to establish a bank. And unfortunately for us to go to a bank, comrades, it's going to be very difficult. We are gradually getting there, but we had to start somewhere. And that is a cooperative bank, which is called SACO. Sadtu, or Savings and Credit Cooperative Organization. That is going to take care of or assist in terms of taking the deposits from members who are part of that institution. A Sadtu Sako, comrade, is a member-owned cooperative banking institution that is 100% owned by its own members. Every July or August, comrade, since inception in 2019, there has been an AGM, and majority of us are not attending that AGM, and decisions are taken in that AGM. Some here are seated here and they are members, but they are not attending, comrades. There is what we call common bond in Sadtu Sako as part of the principles that people of common bond or persons of common bond, like in Sadtu, we are in the union called Sadtu. All of us can then have a cooperative which can then take deposit from yourself and assist in terms of banking. So the members of the union, the Sadtu as a union, and the associate institutions or employees of Sadtu can be members of the Sadtu Sako. The Sako provides two things, savings and credit products. So we have been introducing savings products, and we have also introduced loans products. So we need to understand, comrades, that this was just to mitigate against commercial banks, because commercial banks are ripping off members of the working class. Can we go up? In terms of the legislation, comrades, as I've indicated, we start from somewhere for us to be a bank. So the Sadtu Sako has been established just as a CFI, just to get a license and start operating for us to be able to move towards having a fully fledged bank. So when it grows and reaches certain size in its development, then we will talk about a cooperative bank. A cooperative bank will have all features of a fully fledged bank. This Sadtu Sako was established, therefore, just to make sure that the idea or the ambition to have a bank is realized. Comrades, we want to talk to the products that are there quickly, if we can move. Oh, these are just the principles, comrades, that underpin the CFIs in general, not necessarily Sadtu Sako. There are 7: voluntary and open membership. It doesn't mean when you are a member of Sadtu, you are automatically a member of Sadtu Sako, comrades. No. It is democratic and democratic. There is member economic participation. It's autonomous and independent. It's also like what I'm doing currently, just educating people and giving information to people. We cooperate, comrades, and we want to indicate we are moving towards the realization of the principle number 6, where the cooperatives are cooperating in South Africa and working together. We have established in South Africa what we call SACOBA, which is a secondary cooperative, which looks after all the CFIs and CBIs in the country. And secondly, comrades, in last year in Sun City, there was also the establishment of the National Secondary Cooperative Bank. So these CFIs and CBIs, they are called primary cooperative banks. So there will be a secondary, of which already, comrades, we have applied for a license, not as Sadtu, of course, as cooperatives in South Africa. And fortunately, comrades, we are representing you in that board. There's a concern for community. Within a particular community, we participate fully as one of the principles of the cooperative. Now, here are our products, comrades. You open a regular savings account, and it starts with 100 rand. Now, I'm asking, comrades, how much did you buy the pie that and the coffee that you drink last night? So if you can just save 100 rand, comrades, what happens is the intention is to make sure that our members understand this thing of banking or of saving. We know that you are banking, comrades, but it is very difficult to save. So Sadtu Sako is encouraging you to save with them. You just open up a regular savings account, and then the savings are available on a regular basis, comrades. We also have the credit products, which are loans. We have recently launched the emergency loans up to 5,000, and the short-term loans, which are up to 20,000. The past week, 2 weeks, comrades, we have been working on a product called the pay loan, the monthly pay loan, which means, comrades, it is not yet finalized, which means, comrades, if you have something that you need to attend to urgently, you just take a pay loan of almost 2,000 and then you return that money at the end of the month. But there are conditions, comrades, going forward. So these are our products, comrades, in Sadtu Sako. Now, most of us are not there, comrades, and the Sadtu Sako is growing. I must indicate there are provinces which are doing extremely well. Free State is one of those provinces. KZN is one of those provinces. Gauteng has been doing well, but unfortunately, most of our members are starting to cancel their membership with Sadtu Sako. And the reason I will explain, comrades, is that in the last year, we had some challenges, comrades, in terms of our office, because our office was not well staffed. So we have looked into that matter, and currently we have appointed a number of people to assist. And one of the main reasons is that we had a managing director who was not full-time. You know, Sitleng Gubani, our accountant, was the managing director. And unfortunately, he was overwhelmed by the responsibilities in Sadtu and also in Sako. So we had to look for a managing director. And fortunately, on the 15th of January this year, we were able to appoint a full-time managing director called Prosperity Ngema, hailing all the way from KZN. And she has an experience in the cooperative banking because she was in the past with another big cooperative in South Africa. So currently, our systems are in place. We have appointed a loan officer. We have appointed a bookkeeper. We also have a data capturer who's dealing with membership and checking the details of membership and updating membership on regular basis. So we are well-staffed, comrades. Anytime when you want to communicate with Sako, you will be able to go through and be able to be assisted. So Sadtu Sako is alive, comrades. There are people who are benefiting a lot from the Sadtu Sako. We had two savings products, the regular savings product that I've just mentioned, but equally so we have what we earlier called Christmas savings. That word Christmas was cancelled. It's now called festive savings. So we have a festive savings because there was concern around the word Christmas. So we now have the festive savings. You can withdraw from the regular savings. But with regard to the festive savings, comrades, you only withdraw from November up to January only, because it's meant to assist you during the festives. So, comrades, we have seen people going home with a lot of money because they are now aware of these products and are able to save with Sadtu Sako. Can we move up a little bit, George? I've mentioned this thing. For you to join, comrades, you need 100 Rand and a 200 membership. A joining fee is 100 Rand, and a 200 Rand is just for shares. You buy shares to qualify to be a member. It is not automatic. Don't assume that you can come to Sadtu Sako and ask for a loan. We will not be able to grant loan if you are not a member. And comrades, let me share with you this thing. Comrades, we have requested, and the National Treasurer is here, that Sadtu must not assist its staff members with loans because we have Sadtu Sako. So even Sadtu staff members are now moving towards joining the Sadtu Sako so that we satisfy the act, which is the National Credit Act, and we are able to provide them with loans. So these are the products, as I've indicated. We don't have a banking system yet. We are working on the banking system. Currently, we have a banking system which we are testing. which is called Sinebongo. We're trying very hard to have a banking system. But we are working on ensuring that all people who want to withdraw can withdraw electronically. Every day of our lives, comrades, there are people who are transacting on the Sadtu Sacco. Even yesterday, comrades, while seated here, we were able to pay quite a number of people who were withdrawing from the Sadtu Sacco. Can we go a little bit? I don't want to talk about the interest, comrades. We don't have any commercial bank which can compete with us, comrades, in terms of interest. Whether it's a credit interest or savings interest. We beat all of them. We look at the repo rate, and then we decide on which rate are we going to give to our members. Currently, this is the situation. The regular savings at 5%, the festive at 6%, and the institutional savings. We have Sadtu, comrades, Sadtu. And I'm encouraging the regions and the branches to look at the Sadtu Sacco, because we are bringing in the products where you can save these allocations for events such as the PTGM and the RTGMs in future. So we're looking at that. Sadtu, the National Treasurer and the General Secretary are saving with us every month, comrades. So we want to encourage you to be part of that. The confidence that we expect that the Sadtu as a union should show to the Sadtu members is that they should save with us, and they are saving with us every month, comrades, a lot of money. I will not disclose here. I will disclose at another time. So that is Sadtu Sacco for you. Can we go up a little bit? I've spoken about the credit products. Can you move, George? Comrades, these are your board members across the country. The deputy president of Sadtu is Mabuto Tele, and he's the chairperson of the board, deputized by Walter, the secretary of Mpumalanga province. And then the person who's talking here is the secretary of the board. Nobu Telkoma is the deputy secretary. Nancy Tipe is the treasurer of the board. So those are the members who are forming the executive of this board. But if you go down, comrades, key to the issue of accountability and everything, can you go back to the board? I just want to show you the board. Duncan Hindle, our former deputy minister in education, is also a member of this board. And you know he's also the chairperson of the ETDP CETA and also sits in Saihold. So these are the board members, comrades. Some of them, like myself, the term is coming to an end. It was extended because we had some difficulties, so our term is coming to an end. These people don't earn any sitting fees, comrades. It's voluntary. There's nothing that you are going to get if you sit in this board. So we're going to in July, the end of July or beginning of August, we are going to another AGM, comrades. We need fresh legs. Four of these members have to rotate, and we'll have new members. You can go up. Comrades, I will not talk about this. It's an old update. We can go up. We have indicated that since 2019, we had our AGMs, comrades. Normally, our AGMs are held through Zoom, comrades. Yeah, they are held through Zoom. And I know most of you, why you don't attend is because of Zoom. You want to be there and get paraphernalia. So this is not Sadtu, comrades. We are unable to provide things such as paraphernalia or even to book or hotels and have members attending the AGMs. But we have done extremely well, comrades. The membership is around 5,000, comrades, as we speak now. We have grown, comrades, from 200 in 2019 to almost 5,000. But comrades, a worrying factor is that, and I want you to internalize this thing, comrades, is that Gauteng has 49,000 members. Am I right, Deputy Secretary? 49,000. And in Gauteng, the latest information I had yesterday from the managing director is that only 280 are members of the Sadtu Sako. Sadtu has 260,000 members. But currently, comrades, the Sadtu Sako has only less than 5,000 members. So it's something that you will look at, comrades. There is somebody out there. Our loan officer is here. Unfortunately, the staff is spread across the province. Yesterday, there was a PGC in Limpopo. Today and yesterday also, there was also a PGC in Eastern Cape. So our staff is spread all over. We were able to sit in the KZN PGC last weekend and the Western Cape. So we are trying to woo members. But let me tell you, share with you, from Western Cape, we only have 7 forms. Yesterday, in Gauteng, we only had 1 form submitted. And majority of you seated here, comrades, are not part of the Sadtu Sako. So please consider, comrades, this is your product, this is your brainchild. Can you have, or can you be part of this, of Sadtu Sako? Next slide. This is just to show you in terms of membership, comrades. The 434 that you see there, comrades, when I say 200, we have removed the staff of Sadtu. Abu Caroline here and Abu George, we have removed them from that membership. As comrades here, we are only around 280. So it's worrying. So you can look at other provinces there, comrades. You can look at them. They are not doing well. Can you go back? Next slide. As I've indicated, comrades, updated stats, it's 4,000. No, the GP Sadtu membership, it's an old one. We are at 49,000. But only 280 members are active members. And that's the breakdown. We will correct, comrades, the information somewhere. I have indicated to the manager that it's not correct. We will correct that information. But look at some of the regions, they are not doing very well. Can we go to the next slide? Comrades, for you to join, please complete the form. The loan officer is outside. There is a gazebo called, it's named Sadtu Sako. That is our gazebo, comrades. Please join, get the form, pay the joining fee, which is 100 Rand. You don't pay cash, you pay in the bank. You forward the form and the documents to the Sako manager at sadtu.org.za. You also forward your copy of ID, your proof of residence. In that form, comrades, you are expected to also include the beneficiary. Unfortunately, comrades, we had other members who passed on and they had some savings. Oh, comrades, you are not listening. Ne? Let me tell you, there are members who are saving and in December they are withdrawing a lot of money, close to 30, 40, 50,000. I wish I had the figures here to show you, comrade. They started in, some of them started in 2019 with 200 rand, some with 100 rand. And they increased over time. If you are a member of Sadtu Sako, consider increasing. We had other members who took their children to tertiary institutions. Last year, about 6 members who took and paid the tertiary fees through Sadtu Sako, comrade. Your money is safe, comrade. Next slide. Thank you, comrade. And Chairperson, thank you very much. On behalf of the Finance Department of Sadtu, comrades, and the PEC, we wish to thank the PEC for the guidance at all times. We also thank the provincial and regional administrators for the work they have done, as well as the provincial finance clerk for working hard to ensure that we keep a proper set of books and submit on time. So, comrades, thank you very much, and we wish you all the best in ensuring that we have good financial records.
That was your financial report. A round of applause once more. Okay, clarities. If there are matters, okay, you're noted. If there are matters to be raised, this is the opportunity, let's do that. No corrections. There is one branch only. 2. And no one will be provoked, dang it. It's gone. They're not working. Come over.
Check 1, 2. Thank you, Chairperson.
My name is.
Comrades, please order, comrades. My name is Tilibali Isaiah Mukuswani, Malibongwe branch in Most Senior Region. We would like to raise clarities on the following matters. On page 34 of the finance report, Comrade Treasurer was intimating on an issue that talks to renovations that cost about 1.8 million. The clarity would be on the ownership of the property. Is the property owned by the union?
Yes.
Because we hear that there are other provincial offices that are rented.
No, we'll talk about Gauteng. Kanti Mkhutshwana.
Comrade Chair, please allow me to finish and you will assist where
did you
it's
hear
a clarity.
That? Where did you hear that?
It's public knowledge. If you on the website of SciHold is indicated.
No, it's okay, Mkhutshwane. Use the mic. Continue.
Thank you, Chair, for not interrupting. There's lease rental on operating lease. we just want clarity on that, to say what is it about? Is it about the same building or not? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. And let's assist you, Mkhuzwana. On other things that we did not mention, based on public knowledge, we're not going to respond to those. Let's indicate well in advance. Okay? Sure.
But, Chair, we need assistance in...
No, we are not...
On the issue of public knowledge, it was when you were interrupting and we were just indicating where the information comes from. And we were not asking clarity on that one.
Well, the chair is chairing the session. It's never interrupting. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you. Bebatov.
Good morning, session. My name is Selukela Malema from Tembisa South. Yeah, okay. Selukela Malema, your own Malema. From Tembisa South, Gauteng North region. Chair, the issue of the corporation not growing as expected, can we please discuss in our commissions the issue of budgeting for advertising and marketing?
Okay.
Because I just to go part in short, part in short, I have invested, I've been investing 200 and I earned returns of 6,000 in I think in a year and 6 months. Now I'm investing 600 and I want to invest more. And this is, what I'm doing is advertising. People don't know what the bank has done for them before. So I was so surprised getting so much money when I was not investing a lot. So I want to ask comrades that if we can't believe in our own bank, who do we expect other people to believe? I mean, to believe it. Why can we? Sure, Chair.
Yeah. Can we clap hands for him? Malema, Pepatov, you are running a risk here. We now know that you have money. And there are people who will be flocking, knocking. But it's okay, it's for a good cause. Thanks for advertising. And I think the matter will also be taken to the commission. We'll deal with that. Comrade Neo, I'm not sure how do we deal with Mkhuzwana. Help. No, that's what I was asking, so that it should not be public knowledge. We don't know. We are presenting a report. It's not in the public knowledge that the leasing issues and so on. What we are presenting is a report. The very same question that Comrade Noah wants to know. What do you mean?
Check on. Comrade Chair.
Which page, Liz? Which page here?
The page we have indicated, it's on page 34.
Why born or no? Why born? No. Why born? I'm okay.
There's a rental list there.
Okay. Comrade now.
Comrade, thank you very much. I don't think we have clarities, comrade. We just you are at a privileged stage where we will then assist where there is confusion, comrade. Comrade, those who go to websites and for information, and thank you very much, the website of Sadtu is up and running. You will get that information, of course, that the properties of Sadtu are owned by Saihold. It's given, comrade. It's our investment holding. So when you have a property as Sadtu, there will be that procedure. But Gauteng, yes, we are a union, comrades. We belong to Sadtu, and therefore we are supposed to be managed and governed by the NEC. So all our investments are with Saihold. Much as we have a building, comrades, as Gauteng, it's a Sadtu building. But let me just indicate, comrade, there are provinces where the buildings are not owned by Saihold. They've been rented, and those buildings are managed properly by the NEC. I hope the province might be at a stage where they are able to deal with payments of renting and all those things. But the people who must make sure those buildings are properly, the contracts and everything, they are in the hands of the NEC. I hope I've clarified that one. Even Dlamlands, everything belongs to, even the FTSS cars that you're driving, they belong to the NEC. And the main manager there is the General Secretary. I hope I've cleared this of property, comrade, especially buildings. Saihold has an upper hand there. Now, page 34. Page 34 is the report of Gauteng, comrades. And it talks of a detailed income statement. Now, this is an income statement that shows what was expected from us. And if you look at that figure, comrades, it's a figure which is a negative. And those who are not in finance, we really plead that you understand that when the figures are in brackets, it's a negative. So the lease there, it is what Sadtu in Gauteng was expecting from the lease agreement. Remember, comrades, there was a point where we reported that we have leased our building to a service provider, or is. And if you go to our buildings, comrades, the floor, before you enter the main door, you will notice that there was a shop there. And that shop, unfortunately, due to COVID, it closed. So in our books, it still records that there is somebody who is leasing the building. And therefore, that person, in terms of finances, you account, comrades, they accrue. There's an accrual because you have not formally and legally canceled the contract. Now, the person who was supposed to occupy that building, unfortunately, is nowhere and is not cooperating to come and close that issue because he knows he owes the Sadtu Gauteng. So it will still be an accrual in case we don't remove it from our books. So it will be a written off at a particular stage and we close the matter. It will not appear again. Yes, indeed, we have in the past offered to people to rent in the offices. But unfortunately, our experience is such that people are not honest and we have closed the doors for renting and leasing. Thank you, Chair. Did I leave something, Chair?
No, it's okay. Maybe you forgot that the statement has been audited and the PEC has adopted it, isn't it? Good. Kutswana. Are you fine? Thank you so much. Thanks. Well, let's allow then the provincial treasurer to come and move no, never. Don't try your luck, Lisiba. Can you come and move? And then after that, we deal with the secretariat report, we close it.
Chairperson, we wish to move for the adoption of the finance report presented to this General Council.
For record purposes, let's see. Brongosprate, Kalinen Sushanguve, Tembisa Slora Mukwase, Fosloras, all of us. Lenazia, all of us. Let's clap hands. Well, yesterday we also dealt with the Secretariat report. We have raised matters. Those matters, we are going to deal with them in the commissions. But before taking the next speaker, very important speaker, let's allow the Secretariat to come and move for the adoption of the report. For now, and we'll take it up from there. PS.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chairperson. Amandla, we move for the adoption of the Secretariat report. Thank you.
Any seconders? Johnny Siboni, Malibongwe, Mambanani, Soweto, Alexander, Southwest Region, Ivory Park, Western Area, North Region, Tembisa, Sushanguve South, North, Kalinen Branch, Mamelodi East, Mali, Katlehong. What is that? EWC. Togoza, Davidton, Tshwane, the whole of Tshwane, Folkville, all of us. A round of applause. You have done very well. Comrades, let's take the keynote address. Our National Treasurer is here. Let's get a revolutionary song as we welcome here to the podium.
Amandla. Viva Sadtu, viva. Viva Sadtu, viva. Viva the Tripartite Alliance Plus One, viva. Mandla. Comrade, Deputy Chairperson of the province, thank you for giving us this opportunity
Let us take this time on behalf of the National Executive Committee to greet the Provincial Chairperson, Comrade Edini's absentia, and the Provincial Secretary, Comrade Lidimo, in their capacity as members of the National Executive Committee. We also want to greet the leadership collective of the Provincial Working Committee, members of the Provincial Executive Committee, collective, because we are in Gauteng. We don't leave out the collective, because that is what is existing. Our branch chairpersons, as delegates to this council, the delegated leaders that are coming from the branches, the leadership of the Sadtu student chapter is led by Comrade Xolani. Special greetings, Comrade Chairperson, to our Mr. and Miss Sadtu Gauteng. In Sesotho, I'm a Zulu, but ka Sesotho ba re go na le Masibotsana, ke Sepedi. Ke Masibotsana. So the male part of the Kisibotsana, is it? We greet you, comrades. Would like to thank you for always ensuring that, through our programs, this is how we are able to unravel the beauty that exists within the union. Comrades, our support staff in the organization, from our branches, our regions, they are here, we have seen them, assisting with logistics, from the province itself, and then from national, we are greeting you, comrades. Comrades, the Alliance leadership, Sadtu was here through her chairperson. I like it when it comes to, these addresses of pronouns, Comrade Lidim. Sadtu through her chairperson. And the party as well, through her provincial deputy chair. In absentia, or are they still with us? I'm not sure, but I'm still greeting in any way. The Congress of South African Students, Comrade Nkanyezi was here yesterday. If she's still around, we are still greetings to them, and appreciation, of course. To our stakeholders in education, we are also greeting you. The National Association of School Governing Bodies, Comrade General Secretary Matakanye is here. And I must also indicate that whilst we are greeting, we are also worried about the organization itself. Because some of us here as teachers and members of Sadtu also form part of the school governing bodies as part of our decisions as a union that we must be there in these institutions where our children are learners, and then we must be able to bring transformation in those institutions. But the worry that we are having now is that the NASGB is not utilized as a governing body, for SGPs, but others are used. So I think that we need to find ways of sitting down and dealing about that matter. From the South African Council for Educators, Meli Chava, we greet you as well. Our business partners, comrades, our sponsors, to our General Council, comrades, all protocol observed. Comrades, it is said that you need to strike the iron while it is still hot. I were to start somewhere with my address, but immediately after the finance report of our provincial treasurer that also encompassed, amongst others, the SACO report, I was seated down there and most of the issues that he was reporting about in trying to explain to us what really SACCO is about, what is it that we are benefiting from SACCO. SACCO being, of course, coming from our own decision as the organization that this is what we want. Comrade Neo, allow me, I hope that Comrade Pet, I'll be in order. When I declare as a member and a shareholder in Sadtu SACCO, others may think that I am bragging. I am not, comrades. I want to be understood. But I am bringing what in other, echelons, they will call it testimony. I'm a living testimony of the beneficiaries of the SACCO Bank. And I understand very well, comrades, that sometimes it's not easy when you have got an institution somewhere that requires you to pay money. We sometimes think twice before paying money because, the world, more especially our country these days, is no longer safe. We have got to be careful. But the good thing that made me to think and trust SACCO, it is that SACCO, first of all, is a house brand. It is a brand, it is a cooperative bank that is within my own union, to which I pay affiliation to every month. Whenever something can happen to what I am contributing every month, my money disappears. But I know Matthew Goniwe House is there. It is my union. That is where I'm going to get my money. And thirdly, that the people that are there forming the board of SACCO are people that I know, are people that I see them as our leaders and also our staff members who are drawing salary from the union in their capacity as workers of SADTU. So there's nothing that because I know that here is SACCO. Let me put my money and see what is it that is going to come out of that. Comrade Lidima must confirm that as part of the vehicles that I own, in 2021, I bought a Suzuki Swift, cash, from Suzuki here in Johannesburg South, out of the money that I'd been saving with SACCO. I personally. So hence I'm saying, comrades, Amanda. So comrades, what you are bringing here, like I put a disclaimer beforehand. I was saying I am not coming here to brag, but I'm coming here to be a living testimony of what I achieved. I achieved through saving with SACCO. I started in 2019. I was throwing in the money like everyone else would. So by these comrades, I'm encouraging all of us to say, comrades, there is something that you can achieve. You can save as little as 100 Rand a month. But at the end of the year, that 100 Rand is going to yield something to you. You can be spending your 100 Rands that you are having every month, but at the end of the month, you will not have anything. But putting that 100 Rand aside, you'll be receiving it with interest at the end of the year. So I am just, imploring all of us, comrades, to give it a try. Just give it a try and see if what we are talking about cannot be possible with you. Comrade Chair, on behalf of the entire membership of the organization, importantly is that currently we are now standing at 275,000 members. 275,000 members of the union. We have indeed registered growth, and this growth that we have registered has largely been contributed to by Gauteng Province. Comrades, you have indeed shown growth as a province, and we are congratulating you for that as the National Executive Committee. But not only congratulating you on the growth, but also conscientizing you that as we grow as a province, we need to ensure that the members that are joining us, we are servicing them. There is a pillar by the door. It was at the door yesterday. Where's the pillar now? There was a pillar there. Is it still there? Yes. So let us ensure that we follow that pillar. I am going to talk about our growth and our successes as an organization, but I think appropriately as I am here in our province, Gauteng, and also referring to pillar number 1 of our 2030 vision, which is about to expire because we are fast approaching 2030. The Secretariat report spoke to that. Comrades, we have a great potential in this province to grow even more than we are growing now. We are growing, comrades, we are growing very fast. But I must also say that we are having a great potential. I'm going to give you an example. We've got Germiston High School, East Rand region. Germiston High, we've recently been joined by teachers from the minority. And we've got a great potential of winning more of them from the rival union NAPTOSA, including the principal. We've got that great potential. All that we have got to do is to ensure that, 1, we keep track with our site committee within the site and ensure that we empower them how to go about within the leadership of the organization, which is key, but then also empower them how to go about servicing the members of the organization. Most senior region, there is Impumelelo Primary School, Emdeni. That site has not been receiving diaries for I don't know when. The same applies to Germiston High. It's just that some of these, institutions, there is a proximity that sometimes you find yourself stepping yourself in those sites. I know that it is wrong. I'm a national leader. I have to report to the region. Starting from the province, Comrade PS, you must know that I'm in a site, but you should know, the region should know, the branch should know. But even when we go to these institutions, sometimes as SGP members, a Sadtu leader, always a Sadtu organizer. We organize everywhere we go, comrades. When we see a potential of us to gain members, we recruit them, we give them forms, we provide them with diaries. But then our understanding is that the structures of the union needs to ensure that from time to time, they are looking after the members and doing those statistics, taking them from time to time, so that we may be able to know who and where our members are. So we're just conscientizing you, comrades. I'm very sorry because one of the institutions that I've mentioned, I used to service them with diaries up until 2021. I may not be sure what is happening post-2021 up until now. So let us ensure that we just have a look at those institutions. It's very, very important, Comrade Chairperson, because our growth as Gauteng province indeed has got a great potential. Comrades, let us as well, as members of the organization, join the province of Limpopo when they lost, or when we lost, it's us, 10 members of the organization during a head-on collision that they had outside Polokwane. When one member of Sadtu passes on, it remains our sorrow as the entire membership of Sadtu, because indeed we all belong together. So these members that lost their lives, they cannot be replaced within the organization, neither can they be replaced also in the education fraternity. We wish that their souls rest in peace. We are indeed, as an organization, poorer without them. Comrades, the recent floods that we have seen engulfing KZN as well as the Eastern Cape, we are aware that some of the people in the communities lost their belongings through these floods, and we are saying that as an organization we are with them. And aware, of course, that as a union, we are a union of education workers in our communities. It therefore remains our responsibility that whenever there is carnage that has indeed attacked our communities, we are there as members of the communities ourselves, and then we are there also to help and also to assist. But looking at these weather-related events, they are not only there on their own, comrades, but rather you can as well attribute them to climate change. Climate change, of course, comrades, has been seen over the years that it has been bringing a lot of changes to our lives and our existence in our different communities. As an organization, we have indeed been debating about this issue of climate change as a union, and the importance thereof can never be overstated, comrades. But we are saying as well that as we are also going to commissions, it is also key that we need to have something to talk about with relation to climate change, because these also have got a bearing on us as teachers, because we are educators, we are education workers that are working with children that are coming from communities. Therefore, it is important for us to use education in order for us to fight against climate change in the coming years. Comrades, violence in schools has become a trend. We have seen learners attacking their own teachers. Nothing is said about this issue unless there is a viral video. We have seen quite a number of incidences that are not palatable to us as a union that is there to protect and defend her members. So these learners are not only attacking teachers, you find them also attacking one another during our presence as teachers. Now, what happens when these learners injure one another? during school hours, because us as teachers, we have got that in loco parentis responsibility. It is going to be said that these learners or the other one was killed while they were in your care as a teacher. So those are things that I think that as an organization, we need to look thoroughly into. But the humiliation, comrade, of ourselves as teachers, in these viral videos, because immediately that incident happens in the school, obviously somebody is taking a video. And when it becomes viral, what about my reputation as a teacher? As an individual myself. So I think that this union needs to sit down and be able to come out from this council about these issues, because these are really serious issues that have got a bearing on us. Because our understanding is that these learners that we teach are coming from homes that have got parents. And these parents have got responsibilities to ensure that they instill discipline in their children. It cannot be correct, Comrade Chair, that a parent will bring their children to school for the teacher's responsibility to instill discipline. No. We've got to work together and ensure that in order that there should be a conducive working environment, all of us need to take their responsibility. Comrades, it is also our observation that it is unfortunate that the law of the South African Council for Educators has been able to prescribe sanctions for teachers. If indeed as a teacher I am charged for instilling, what's the word? Yes, for corporal punishment, let me say that. But we don't have a law that deals with children that are attacking teachers. So where is the balance there? So our engagement of physical confrontation with learners, we know, of course, that it is not right for us to do that. But we are saying, as this PGC must be able to say that we need to have clear forms that deal with the same when it is coming from the part of the learners. I'm sure COSAS is also here, and we are hoping that the representatives that have been able to join us here will also take this message in the spirit that we are indeed engaging it with them, and also make sure that the violence that is consistently, being waged in our schools is not something that we as a union are feeling palatable about it, or we are enjoying it. We are certainly not happy about that. That is why the Secretariat report yesterday also spoke to us, having adopted I'm a School Fan, which is also part of our campaigns, wherein we are saying it is no use whenever communities are fighting for water or electricity, then attack a school. It is of no use when communities are fighting for any form of service delivery, then therefore they go to schools and then they ban or they demolish the schools. We are saying that learners themselves have got an obligation to be in class, to be on time, and then to learn. In the same way that we as teachers have got a responsibility to be at school, on time, prepared, and teaching. So we're also expecting that from the learners. We're also expecting as well that the parents also take their responsibility and play a part so that the entire school community will be seeing that there is indeed conducive teaching and learning. Comrades, indeed, we want to just touch on the NHI bill, which all of us are quite aware that the president has recently signed that into law. And with the political, discussions that were ensuing here yesterday, we are equally worried, comrades, because we know for a fact that indeed we find ourselves in this situation of the government of national unity with an enemy that is so anti-NHI. So we are just here waiting to see what will be. Because this NHI is there to ensure that the inequalities that have been there over time, they are indeed one way or another balanced or addressed. So that is why even the South African Communist Party itself was clear on this issue of the national health insurance, such that it will provide universal access and high quality healthcare to all, even those that who could not be able to afford it, because from the constitutional point of view, it is the right to life. On COSAS, comrades, we're just going to be touching there and there. On COSAS, comrades, we want to remark that as an organization, as SADTU, South African Democratic Teachers Union, we are joined with COSAS through the umbilical cord. That is how we are joined with them. And then we are saying they are and they remain our student organization. And then we have got various and many resolutions that speak to us as the union, that wherever there is a SADTU site, there should be a COSAS. My apologies about COSATU. Wherever there is a SADTU branch, there should be a branch of COSAS. And then, not only a branch or a site of them, but you must ensure that they remain vibrant. It therefore stems on us to ensure that we assist them and help them to achieve that. It has not been easier, comrades, because sometimes it's easy, to say, you are a site, as a site, you have got COSAS in you, ensure that you support those learners, take them by a hand, and be able to assist them where it is possible. Sometimes it is not as easy as that, because comrades, we've had some challenges recently with COSAS, where, of course, there have been some divisions, also caused by the factions. Yeah, the factions have dealt with our COSAS, but I'm grateful to say that as we are here now, there has been a National Congress preparatory task team that has been put in place. So we are also assisting them to ensure that they are taking COSAS to their National Congress, which will see stability in COSAS. And we are also appealing to all of us, comrades, to assist our COSAS moving forward. Comrade, on COSATU, we want to report to this PGC, and frankly so, that COSATU itself, comrades, it has become so factionalized. That you must say. There are factions in COSATU, and these factions have emanated or have gone up until and after the last National Congress. And when the leadership was dealing with the issue of the Secretariat report, there was a question that wanted to turn into a discussion, but the chairperson said, no, we're going to take discussions to the commissions, which of course we fully support. But I think, comrade, we must be in a position to clarify some things, because out there is this thing that says SADTU has taken her own federation to court simply because SADTU did not want the federation to take a decision to support the SACP to contest elections. We want to correct that. The litigation in court has got nothing to do with the South African Communist Party, comrades. It has got nothing to do with the SACP. But it has got everything to do with the constitution of COSATU. Now, the constitution of the federation, fortunately, like our own constitution as well, it speaks to how do you submit motions. Motions are submitted way before to the office of the General Secretary. You don't just wake up in the morning or sit down, there are addresses here. Whilst I am addressing, then Southwest is coining a motion to be submitted to the leadership here, to say now suddenly we have got a motion. Not unless it is an emergency motion, and our constitution addresses how we deal with emergency motions in our own constitution. So there was no motion that was submitted in time as per the dictates of the constitution to the General Secretary of COSATU about the SACP and its contesting of the elections. Now we are having an address by the party that is addressing the COSATU Congress. And at the same time, COSATU, like SADTU here, were having a decision, which is a Congress decision that says we will support the African National Congress. Until we review that decision, the decision remains. And we had not at any point reviewed at the level of COSATU a Congress decision that was speaking to the support of the African National Congress. That is a constitutional matter because it was taken in a constitutional meeting of the Federation. Now, during the messages of support, ngizwe usihlalo comrade Pettizolo bukhuluma ngokuvukelwa umoya. Ukuthi sometimes masimile la sin addressa leadership kuyayibe sekuvuka umoya. Nawo uyawuzwa abantu abazamadoda. Now, then suddenly there is a decision that says, no, let us now take a decision as the Congress because we are already at the level of Congress. This is a Congress. Let's take a decision that we're supporting the SACP to contest the elections. And then we are saying, no, comrades, you are not getting it correctly. We are not against supporting the SACP to contest the elections. But what we are now contesting, or what we are now against, we are against the constitutionality of this decision that you want to take. The decision that you want to take is not according to the constitution of the Federation. Then the leadership of COSATU says no. And I must remind you, comrades, if you still remember well, in 2019, we have affiliates of COSATU that took decisions in their own meetings that they are not going to campaign for the ANC. You remember? Yes, they took decisions, resolutions, and resolved, no, we're not going to campaign for the African National Congress. Now we go to the Federation's Congress, National Congress. Those are the people that are in the forefront, isn't it? But now they've got individual decisions that are not for supporting the ANC. We as SADTU, we do not have. And comrades, we just cannot go to any meeting without a SADTU decision and be thrown into another decision against our own decision. That we cannot do. So now we are saying as SADTU, this is not the way onto which we need to take a decision. Even if we want to take a decision, yes, but let us follow the Constitution. Now, COSATU says, okay, in that case, let us vote. They are dividing the house now. And then Tina was saying, remember, we're workers of the mind, ne? We're professionals. We should not be shy about that. We are teachers, and we are there to teach others. And then we are saying, you cannot vote on issues of the Constitution. Can you really vote on constitutional matters? No, you can't. And then we won't vote, we abstain, we can't vote. In fact, we don't abstain. We stay out of it because you abstain when there is a legitimate vote and you are not taking part in that. There was no vote, comrades. But then now if we speak to our own federation, we're on the floor, we're trying to address this matter, we're trying to convince comrades from other affiliates, convince the leadership of the federation that no, we're not doing it correctly. This is, let's do it the correct way. And then they show you another finger, which is the small one. They show you this one, ne? Okay, no, they show you, I know this one is saying okay. They show you this one, ne? What do you do? What recourse do you have? You go to court because these are issues of the Constitution. You see what now they are doing? On Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, Comrade Lidimo, we had a Central Executive Committee of COSATU. And in that CEC, they are saying, SADTU, you must come and tell us here, stand up, there's a mic. Tell us that you are withdrawing this thing or that you have withdrawn it. We have withdrawn the court case. And we are saying, we want to unite COSATU because that decision divided COSATU like nobody's business. It really divided the federation. Because at that point, you could be able to see, but these are people who are seeing that this is how we should deal with the Constitution. And these end are people that are saying, no. Tina, we want to support the party and we want a decision. And these ones are saying, we want to support the party, but a decision can't be taken. These ones are saying, no, Tina, we're supporting the party and we're taking a decision here and now. So we're trying to clarify this matter, comrades, so that as we move out of here, going to our commissions, we're fully informed of these issues. But comrades also are raising concerns at the level of COSATU as well about the Joint Mandating Committee, the JMC, comrades. The JMC, indeed, you know, it's just something else. So we're also raising that. But we are here, comrades, we are going to be with you in commissions up until tomorrow when you finish, Comrade Lidimo. We are here. We are going to be able to assist you on these matters such that we get deeper into them. Comrades, on Education International, we are merely highlighting that indeed we are going for the 10th World Congress that is going to be taking place in July in Argentina. And indeed, the Secretariat report has hinted on that. And then we are also lifting that up, comrades, to say, yes, indeed, as an organization, we are also expected to take part there. We have submitted some resolutions as a union, resolutions that are indeed going to be able to assist the World Federation moving forward. Comrade, on the issue of Palestine, we'll just ritsupule molimo that, you know, comrades, as a union, we are indeed in support of Palestine, that we have indeed, you know, voice out that, and we have not shied away from it. And then we are in full support of it. And then we are saying that there should be ceasefire, and the genocide itself, like the South African Communist Party has also said that in one of their statements, that apartheid Israel must be able to stop what they are currently, you know, doing in terms of the people of the Palestine. And we are still reiterating, and want also to thank and applaud our government for supporting, you know, Palestine. And we also hope, because as well there has been an outcome of a court wherein Israel has been found to be at fault as well. Comrades, organizational renewal, we are indeed saying that as an organization we remain stable as SADTU, and then we are also noticing that our structures as well are stable. And I just want to quote verbatim. You know, sometimes when we address, we want to quote Bolenin and yeah, yes, but let me quote Comrade Shkwamba. Yeah. I open quote, comrades. Yes, open quote. SADTU in Gauteng is much stronger. SADTU in Gauteng is intact, close quote. Comrades, want to appreciate that, and then despite the challenges that are confronting the union from time to time, want to thank you, comrades, that you remain resolute to your organization. Let us see how we can be able to fight and be able to confront whichever challenges that you are having as an organization. But we want to appreciate you, comrades, that you remain true to your union. And hence, we spoke about it earlier, that it is not only about you remaining true to the organization, but indeed you're assisting the organization to grow. Because people who are outside SADTU, seeing you inside SADTU in the way that you are, comrades, they have that will to come into the union. And we are seeing them coming. And we are welcoming, we welcome them, comrades. Comrades, the student chapter is here. And then we are reporting that they had their inaugural national imbizo, that we ensured that indeed it's set in 2023. And then it is indeed pleasing to note that even at the level of provinces, there are plans that have resumed to launch these structures of the student chapter. And then the development that is there, comrades, we can be able to see it. But we are also aware that there is also an attempt by political parties that are not progressive to try and meddle with our student chapter. And then we are saying, these are our kids, comrades. They remain loyal to the African National Congress and the Tripartite Alliance, and then nothing is going to be able to sway them away from that. The digitalization of the union, comrades, we want to appreciate that, you know, Sadtu itself is going green fast. Very fast, we are going green, comrades. We can be able to see, before we used to have a lot of documents that sometimes, we'll not know how we store them post a conference or the council. But we want to appreciate that as a province, we've gone a step ahead of other provinces. And comrades, just give yourself a round of applause. And indeed, as we go back to report to the NEC about the PGC of Gauteng, we will not leave it out that yes, indeed, NEC, you went green and Gauteng province followed. And we want to encourage you, comrades, to do that. The Sadtu TV, online TV, comrades, we have indeed gone digital as an organization. We can be able to see them. They are here. Abo Wilson, Nabo Velem are also doing that. And when I say Velem, comrade Velem, oh, he's outside. Oh, he's there at the back. Oh, yes, Comrade Velem is there. He's raising his hand. I'm doing it deliberately, comrades, because, when I first heard of Comrade Velem, I was expecting somebody else, and he came. So that is why I'm doing this, deliberately. Comrades, in terms of the labor wage negotiations, I think our Secretariat report did very well in that score, and I think the PGC, we want to ensure that as we are going to go to our commissions, let us ensure that we are also looking at these matters and be able to come up with a mandate, because our belief is that we are indeed represented enough. Our branches are there. Through our branch, chairpersons are here, as well as delegates coming from the branches, and then we can be in a position to discuss about these issues. Comrades, much of the issues have been addressed. I must also confirmed at the level of the Secretariat report, but I think importantly is that on other issues, as we are going to be busy, or we are going to be attending and addressing and assisting at the level of the commissions, we are also going to be highlighting some of these things. The two-pot system, Comrade Lidimo, you dealt with that very well, and we must also confirm that indeed we are satisfied about you. So in terms of the outcome of the national general elections, comrades, I think as an organization we need to discuss as to where to from here, but glad to say that at least as an organization, we are still, in the lead. But I think one thing else that we need to explain, comrades, that I think some of us may not have, seen it happening on the day of the elections. You see, this excitement of the IEC, it dealt us a blow. Let me tell you how. The IEC goes on TV, and then they say, everyone is out there, the lines are long. Everyone has come up to vote. What happened to those people that were also out to go there and vote? Some of them are saying, if then that is the case, they show it on TV. You see those long queues that resemble 1994. What comes into your mind? The ANC has won, let's go home. That is why most of them, they did not vote, comrades. So it is important for us to also note that sometimes excitement of these institutions. I'll end there. Comrade Chairperson, let me take this opportunity on behalf of the NEC and the 275,000 going up members of the union to wish you well in your deliberations in this Provincial General Council. Mandla! Mandla! Viva Sadtu, viva! Thank you so much, comrades.
Habanya bayazi Sadtu yetu Pillar number one that is to remember. Pillar number two.
Amanda! Amanda. Sorry, comrades. My sincere apologies. I left something out because it did not form part of what I was going to address here today about. But it came from comrades here who were saying, comrades, can you kindly also, we want to know, want information about Saihold. And I'm sure we do, ne, comrades? Yes. So now let me give you a brief but broad, explanation about Saihold so that at the end we all understand. We move together understanding. The Sadtu Investment Holdings, comrades, is the investment wing of the organization of Sadtu. And Saihold itself is 100% owned by Sadtu as a union. So meaning that you and I as members of Sadtu, we are beneficiaries of Sadtu Investment Holdings. But Saihold itself is also having a shareholder. So this shareholder is Sadtu Investment Trust. So Sadtu Investment Trust, or SIT in short, is made out of the former general secretaries, former presidents, and former treasurers of this union. Now, with the exception of those abangahambanga kahle ku union, except Madisha, Yontola are not part of those. So comrades, Comrade Duncan Hindle, as he was shown here, being a person who is also part of the Sacco Bank, is our former deputy president, then president. Now he is a member of the Sadtu Investment Trust. Your national treasurer currently, your general secretary and your president are also sitting in that Sadtu Investment Trust, where Sadtu Investment Holdings is reporting to the trust. Are we clear, comrades? Saihold itself is responsible for investing on behalf of the members of the union. It is also responsible for the benefits of the members of the union. This morning when we came here, we're getting some pamphlets that were speaking to how discounted we will be when we go to Tiger Wheel Tire and so on. Those are part of the benefits that Saihold continues to negotiate on our behalf as members of Sadtu so that we can benefit by being members of the union. But what I can also say importantly is that out of your monthly subscription that you are subscribing per month, how much are you paying per month, comrade? Yes. Out of that 96 rand, I'm going to give you 100% of the 96 rand. 30% goes to the national. 30% of that 96 rand goes to the province. 10% goes to the region. And 30% goes to the branches. And how many percentage have we spoken about? 100%. So meaning that out of what you are paying as a subscription, none of that money is going to Saihold, because Saihold has to see to it how they generate their own money. So in the past, while we were building our Sadtu village, comrades, remember, as an organization, we gave Saihold money to say, Saihold, first of all, it was the site. We bought the site ourselves. And then we said, Saihold, now that you have bought the site, here's the site. You owe us. And they are repaying the money to the union in order for them at the end of the day to have the site. Now there's a question that arose from ourselves wherein we asked the provincial treasurer about the properties of the union. To explain, Saihold has taken over the properties of the union, but not owning them. The properties are owned by the trust. The trust is the owner of all the properties of the organization. As part of the investment, we know exactly that when you're talking about property or land, that is investment, comrades. So those are the issues that you wanted to clarify. But if there are any other matters that comrades would like to raise, we are going to be talking about them at the level of commissions. The union took a decision to have a Sadtu bank, hence the birth of the Sako bank. And after the birth of the Sako bank, Sadtu said, when Saihold, being a person who knows business, be in charge and tell us how to go about. But what is happening currently is that Sadtu as a union is 100% hands-on these issues of Sako. We are seeking advice from those that know business, can be able to tell us, or no, when it comes to this is how you can be able to go about. So that is what you wanted, comrades, to just brief you with regards to Saihold. But importantly, comrades, even before we leave the podium, I think that, having listened to our engagements here and with the Secretariat report, the most important thing that is needed moving forward now is a vigorous political education for all our structures within the organization. That is going to be able to assist us. Such that at the end of the day, we are quite aware that as a union, we are having everybody as a member. Everyone is a member of Sadtu. You understand when I say everyone? Everyone is a member of Sadtu. But when it comes to leadership, we are clear who leads us. Ne? So these constant political educations are very important. Thank you so much, comrades, for your patience. Thank you for listening. Thank you so much, leadership, for granting us the opportunity.
A round of applause once more. Let's gallop. Let's allow the Provincial Secretary to introduce the next speaker to address us in this PGC. PS.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chairperson. Amandla, awethu. Comrades, it's our privilege to receive in our council at a very historic moment which we have defined yesterday and beyond this period of a new government of national unity, which has produced a new premier in our province. We are very privileged after the premier has been produced new from the box. One of the structures that he has had to come and speak to is Gauteng Sadtu Provincial General Council. He needs no introduction. He needs no introduction to yourselves. Comrades, let's join hands and welcome the provincial chairperson of the ANC, the Premier of Gauteng, Comrade Panyaza Lesufi.
Amandla. 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 Long live the undying spirit of Comrade Harry Kwala. Long live. Long live the undying spirit of Umama Winnie Madikizela Mandela. Long live. Comrades, kindly receive our warm greetings that we extend to the entire leadership of SADTU in our province, led by our POBs. We also extend our warm greetings to our fraternal structures that have arrived here to be part of this Provincial General Council, the leadership of SANCO, the leadership of SACP, the leadership of COSATU, including organs of civil society, your SGBs, student formation and youth formation. Further accept our warm greetings to the leadership of SADTU nationally and the entire teacher formations that are available across our province and all our regions. Comrades, we are proud to say the African National Congress is back and is in charge of this province again. We might have arrived using a different door, not the main door, Oksalayo Spete, and we are moving ahead with this process. Comrades, we want to thank you, warmly so, for your voices, your songs, your articulation and your views as we contested the most difficult elections in our lifetime, the elections of the 29th of May, 2024. These elections remain the toughest that we have confronted. And what they've developed at this present juncture is either we rise through this weakness or we perish forever through this weakness. We come to you as reliable, dependable forces that will allow us to exchange notes with, but most importantly, forces that will be willing to provide the necessary advice and guidance as we enter this new road. As I address you, there is a gentleman called Premier that must announce the new cabinet in the next few hours. But I come to you proud that that person will make a mistake if there is change of leadership in the leadership of education in our province. We are of the view that is the struggle continues. What we have started, we must continue to do it. To better the lives of our students, to better the working condition of our educators, and to continue to have support staff like your teacher assistants and other institutions in our schools and to continue to work with them. We want to reaffirm our commitment that this sector will continue to receive the highest budget above all departments. We continue to affirm that this is the foundation of creating a new economy of our province. Comrades, like we said when we were addressing you towards the conference, towards the elections, we want to reaffirm the same statement that we have uttered before. You are in the belly of creating new skills for the economy of Gauteng and the economy of our country. We might come here, all of us, looking for that precious stone called gold. That gold, it's gone. There are no longer mines in our province. What we have as a new gold is learners that are inside the classrooms. Those are the new golds that will create jobs. Those are new goals that will create opportunities for our province. And therefore, we reaffirm that the economy of our province must be repositioned. The economy of our province must be strengthened, and the economy of our province must be based on human capabilities that will assist us to build this economy. Comrades, we have to look beyond the boundaries of our province. As I speak with you, there is a new era of energy that is growing, and if you look at the area called Sasolburg, which is just 5 minutes from where your provincial secretary stays in Sidibeng, we must ensure, comrades, in repositioning the economy of Gauteng, that Sasolburg will never grow towards Bloemfontein, that is 4 hours from Sasolburg. That we must do everything to pull Sasolburg to grow through Sidibeng and create a new economy in Sidibeng. There's another area that is strategically located, comrades, that we need to put all our resources to ensure that that particular area grows also towards Gauteng, not towards Free State or towards KZN. That area is called Harrismith. It's strategically located, comrades. When you are in Harrismith, you are 3 hours away from Durban, 3 hours away from Bloemfontein, 3 hours away from Gauteng. And with the e-commerce economy of cargo, with the e-commerce economy of your take a lot, your Shein and other things, this is the new economy. And for it to be relocated where it is, comrades, it must not grow towards KZN. It must also not grow towards Bloemfontein. It must grow towards Gauteng. And therefore, we need to put the skills and the talents that are needed for that economy to grow towards us. Which simply means we must enter into firm discussions with our provinces. We are not colonizing them. We want to interlink and work together. So areas of Balfour and other areas must now come towards Gauteng so that your membership here as well, Comrade Chair, can also grow. But there's another area that is very strategic, comrade, in the economy of our province. It's called Rustenburg. Rustenburg will never grow towards Mafikeng. Rustenburg will either grow towards Lanseria, or it will grow towards Magaliesberg, or it will grow towards Krugersdorp or Randfontein. We can't have Carlton City or Carltonville to be a ghost city. We must re-energize it to a better economy of our province. So we must pull Rustenburg towards us. And for us to do so, it means we must have proper public transport. Comrades, if our government can't be a government that deal with what government must deal with, that's the end of us. Our voters have sent that message. All of us here, our main challenge, comrades, is nothing else but the cost of living. And that cost of living, it's there purely on one thing and one thing only, comrades. Government not doing what government should do. Just imagine if we're providing quality public health system, there will be no need for us to have medical aid. Just imagine the way we are trying to do, that we provide quality public education system. There will be no need for private education. Just imagine if we're providing what is quality energy. There will be no need for us to buy converters. There will be no need for us to buy generators. if they were providing quality policing, there will be no need for us to buy alarms. There will be no need for us to have high fence and all other things. So the government that I now have the honor to lead, the public sector must provide quality public sector for all and ensure that you don't have the cost of living. And where we have institutions, and I'm glad that the leadership of Sadtu was here to provide, where we have stumbling blocks, comrades, we will intervene. We'll be the first province to announce a state-owned pharmaceutical company so that we can buy our own medicine at the right price and release it at the right price to all our public institutions in our province. We'll be the first province that will launch a state bank. We have requested the provincial secretary of SACP to lead us on this matter. We now have all the documents that we need, Comrade Provincial Secretary. We are ready to launch a state bank of the province so that where they are refusing to fund, so that we change our townships, we change our informal settlement, we change our hostel, we will intervene as a provincial government and provide that financial assistance to those institutions. We will put it and provide all the necessary support that we have. The government that we had the honor to lead, we signed what I said is a groundbreaking agreement with public sector unions. They've got what we call the Workers' Investment Fund. We entered into an agreement with them, and they've given us the go-ahead to use their savings to improve public health in our province. Comrades, bathanda bangathandi, national health insurance will start in our province in Gauteng, and we'll implement it to the fullest. We have 18 hospitals, I said it to you, we have 18 hospitals that we are targeting that are private hospitals that we are going to buy and convert them into public-private hospitals so that we can advance the need of quality health care. So we might have been defeated in these elections, but our heads are not down. We might have been defeated in these elections, but we are galloping at a faster pace that have never been seen before. We are influenced by this writer, R. Murdoch, who said, and I quote, "Big will no longer be enough to defeat small. It's the faster that will defeat the slowest." Big will no longer be the tool to defeat small. It is the faster that will defeat the slow. And here we are declaring now that will never be slow, will be faster than before, so that we can make Henry Kwala, Nelson Mandela, Winnie Madikizela Mandela, Walter Sisulu, and many of our leaders proud. No retreat, no surrender. Forward forever. Thank you so much. Thank you, Atta.
Amandla. Thank you so much. Let's take the opportunity and express our sincere gratitude. Let's take the opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to the Premier-elect and his tight schedule to come and address councillors in this PGC. We are thanking him in his absentia because he has left already. But most importantly, the time is almost 1 o'clock. Let's push. Let's allow let's allow, before we take the next speaker, let's allow the gender convener to do introductions quickly.
Amandla, comrades, without any waste of time, let me introduce these following leaders to yourselves. I think yesterday we introduced Old Mutual, although they were not here. But let me take this opportunity to introduce to them because they are here today. We have Comrade Becky Monaring, Old Mutual Provincial Manager. Comrade Becky, can you stand and greet the comrades? He's not alone. He's with Tiselani Maluleke, who is the regional manager. We also have Brian Karitza from the GPEF, who is head of Actuarial and Benefits Administration and Services. Comrade Brian, can you introduce yourself to the comrades? My apologies. Greet the comrades. Greet the comrades, my lead. Leadership, my humble apologies. The stalwart is here. I apologize. I saw you when I was seated there. I think almost all of us know you. You are one of those people who started in NASCOP in Gauteng. So he was the secretary for the longest time. Comrade Matakan, can you stand up and greet the comrade, my leader? Eita, thank you.
Thanks, Tom Zotwa. We take this opportunity to allow the following presenters to follow each other. Firstly, it will be the SACE and will be followed by GPF. Let's do that. Let's welcome them leaders with a song.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's sharp. Thank you. Amanda! Let me take this opportunity and thank the heaven, but also start with the national leader of Sadtu, the provincial chairperson, the provincial secretary, Comrade Sidiso Lidimo, the provincial executive members, all provincial general council delegates,
Sadtu Student Chapter, and other leaders and guests that are in this room today. My name is Nkele Yvonne Lechaba. I'm head of registration and teacher professionalization for this country for SAYS, Serving with Passion. Those who know me can attest. I'm hereby sent by my leader, the lady who's very passionate about education, Miss Ella Mokhalane, the CEO of SAYS. The CEO is out of the country serving this profession and has prepared a speech that I should come and present to you. Much as I would love to edit, include what I think can add value, I don't have that opportunity today, colleagues, because
Just a minute. They want to make sure that the world see you.
oh, okay.
Remember, we are televised throughout. So the challenge is that the height, yeah, how. So we will try to make you, to extend the height. Let's see how far we go.
How do we turn it towards me? Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm hip. Hey, I'm tall.
Do you want to remain in that height forever?
That would be nice.
Okay, great. Let's go.
Okay. Comrades and colleagues, I was still saying, I have been sent by the lady who's passionate about the profession, Miss Ella Mokhalane, the CEO of SAYS, who is out there serving council and the profession in other areas. She wrote the message as such. I bring to you warm greetings from the South African Council for Educators on behalf of the council and the CEO who could not join this valuable Provincial General Council due to the International Forum of Teacher Regulatory Authorities, which is always and abbreviated as IFTRA. The conference is taking place in Australia. This is an international forum where teaching councils or professional regulatory authorities of the world meet every second year to engage in enhancing the status, the quality, the esteem, and standing of the teaching profession. Therefore, just like all other professional regulatory bodies around the globe, South Africa has a responsibility to share, learn, and influence the space of professionalizing the teaching profession and its teachers, who must be treated as professionals with autonomy, professional judgment, and decision-making, and agency and teacher leadership in their own right. Again, let me appreciate the collaborative relationship SAYS continues to have with Sadtu Gauteng in the development and support of members on the council various mandates at site, the branches, regional and provincial level. Council appreciate and does not take this light. It is very, very important and it respects this relationship. As the CEO of SAYS, I personally appreciate the value of the proactiveness of Sadtu Gauteng leaders, especially at site, at branch, and regional level, who continues to engage me and council on key issues that they either need support on or key issues that leadership and SAYS may not be dealing with accordingly. For me, this is leadership at its best, not turning a blind eye when challenges arise. And it continues to assist us to grow from strength to strength in terms of our work and our downward accountability to yourselves. We don't take this relationship for granted. It is significant for both SACE and Sadtu Gauteng, as I always maintain that alone we can do so little as SACE, but together we can do more, and thus through collaboration with Sadtu. A minute. Also, Chairperson, Sadtu Gauteng PGC is happening at an opportune time when the 7th administration is taking office and setting the country's priorities for the next 5 years based on several factors, including mixed messages and directives coming from the political manifestos of the Government of National Unity. Therefore, Sadtu and SACE alike have a responsibility to guard the interest of the education sector, and most importantly, those of the teaching profession, educators, and practitioners jealously so. Allow me, Chairperson, to highlight some of the key strategic issues that SACE is focusing on and have an impact of the education sector and the teaching profession. Firstly, it is important to prioritize the transformation of the teaching profession. Teachers' working conditions also need to be prioritized, safety and security, and dedicated or ring-fenced public funding to achieve the fundamentals and non-negotiables of the teaching profession. As we foreground that, we all agree that teachers are the epicenter in transforming any education system and achieving the learning outcomes. We should also remember that their voice and agency matters in the involvement of decision-making processes of this transformation agenda. And thus, we all agree that teacher quality and quantity are the two critical variables to achieve the education transformation that we want to see happening in this province and the country at large. SACE is very much pleased to inform the PGCE that it has signed a memorandum of agreement with the Council of Higher Education, CHE, for the joint quality assurance and accreditation of teacher education and development of qualifications such as higher education certificates, B.Ed, PGCE, advanced diploma, B.Ed honors, and other in our higher education institutions. This is important for ensuring that our higher education institutions produce quality and not have baked graduates. Linked to this is the SACE move towards ensuring that it accredits the higher education faculties or schools of education that offer education qualification and in the universities. This will include determining a framework for curriculum which these education institutions use to train our student teachers. Hence, they need to work very closely with Sadtu student chapter on these issues as well. Chairperson, I also want the PGCE to note that the B.Ed and PGCE will be reviewed against the developed qualification standards through the Council on Higher Education this year. This review will determine the continued accreditation, withdrawal of accreditation, or notice to fix certain quality areas of the qualification. I know that many of the Sadtu school principals and members have been complaining about the current PGCE. Therefore, we should all be vigilant of this review process so that our voices could be heard on these matters. Equally, it is important to this issue by addressing the increasing numbers of unemployed teachers by dealing with the substantive issues of learning and skilling in the areas of need and relearning and reskilling in subjects that are new and related to the 3-3 model and ring-fencing human resource funding for these teachers' posts. Secondly, quality teaching and enhancement of the status and standing teaching profession should happen under conducive and safe and secure working environment. Therefore, a collaborative, a cooperative approach must be prioritized to ensure the safety, security of our teachers as our treasures in schools. As part of its safety and security for teachers, SAIS together with teachers and stakeholders developed the Teachers' Rights for Teachers through a research, roundtables, and consultative process on teachers' rights, responsibilities, and safety program. A campaign on teachers' rights and safety will continue as part of also contributing to Sadtu's I Am a School Fan campaign and Sadtu's stance on denouncing of violence in schools. Thirdly, the 6th administration signed the ECD function shift from the Department of Social Development, and initial work began in terms of policy issues. The Human Resource Development Plan was also part of the initial work, and various task teams dealing with several issues, including the conditions of service. Notwithstanding the initial work done, the education sector as a collective and the teacher unions heightened the following: the professionalizing of the sector collaboratively with a common understanding and messages of what South African ECD model is. How do we regulate it from both the public and the private sectors? Also, having the correct and common understanding of early childhood development and early childhood care qualifications, and how articulation of ECD and ECCE, which is early childhood care, across the sector, from other sectors into education, and recognition of prior learning is very important. The importance of supporting the practitioners in initial and continuing professional development is central to their livelihoods. These issues are critical for the sector not to mislead the practitioners and educators, especially on the bread and butter issues and qualifications. Again, the ECD funding should be resolved and prioritized if the country's goals of achieving foundational learning, the Bella Bill, Grade R imperative, and universal access to early childhood education are to be achieved. Chairperson, I need also to commend the Sadtu Gauteng Northern Region's proactiveness in inviting SAIS from time to address the REC and workshopping the Bella Bill and its implications in particular. Lastly, let me indicate that SAIS is finalizing its review and repositioning process, including the visibility of its provincial offices. Part of the review and repositioning the organization process also includes the preparations for a SAYS bill to amend the SAYS Act and the possibility of gazetting regulations in some instances. There are numerous recommendations that require engagements and consultations with teacher unions, teachers, and other relevant stakeholders. Remember, the social dialogue and the voice of the teachers matter. Therefore, SAYS will be writing to Sadtu National through the GS for that consultative process at both national, provincial, and possibly regional levels. Please engage with the process as it comes closer to you. A process of engaging teachers through a series of webinars commenced, and it will be repeated again around July and August 2024. As I sit down, let me also indicate that SAYS lost a case of corporal punishment at the Supreme Court of Appeal in the last month. One key issue out of the judgment was to put the sanctions served by the accused teacher aside and produce new sanction that will also make it mandatory for the sanctioned teachers to attend anger management courses at their own cost. SAYS is working around the clock to ensure that teachers' cases are not heard de novo, but focus should be on adding to the current sanctions in terms of participating in the mandatory SAYS endorsed programs of managing anger and positive discipline. Can I repeat this one? Can I repeat this one? SAYS is working around the clock to ensure that the two teachers' cases are not heard de novo, but focus should be on adding to the current sanctions in terms of participating in the mandatory SAYS endorsed programs of managing anger and positive discipline. Once again, thank you very much for the invitation of SAYS. We are looking forward to the continued collaboration, consultative sessions, and PGC declarations and resolutions. We continue to be available to address your site, your branches and regions on CPTD system, code of ethics, professional teaching standards, and other mandates that are related to SAYS. All qualifying PGC delegates should be able to receive the SAYS CPTD points once the attendance register is received. I repeat, all qualifying PGC delegates should be able to receive the SAYS CPTD points once the attendance register is received. Wishing you a successful PGCE. Thank you. Ella Mokhalani Srunkele Yvonne Lechaba. Okay. Thank you.
Well, a round of applause once more. We welcome the presentation, and I think some of the salient features that you have raised, we will deal with them in the commissions. Painful as it may be, the outcome of the matter at the Supreme Court. Because you must remember the judgment, all the future cases, they could use that case law, and the rest will follow. But let's leave it there. The Legal and Welfare Committee will deal with all these things. Make our life better, GPF, please. We are in trouble. Come. The stage is yours. I don't know whether you have to go there. You must.
Some slides. Will I be able to show the slides?
Yeah, okay. All right. Mwiponi, can the technician come, Joshua, or whoever, because they want to flag the presentation also. Hmm? All right. Yeah. Well, comrades, hey, this is a PGC. We are also considerate that some of you may get sick and you may need help. So we don't want to get surprises here. There is a Sadtu mobile clinic outside. Go and get tested. Don't be afraid, man. Go and get tested for everything. You won't die. Actually, you'll be saving your life in many ways. You are at liberty. Says thank you so much for the presentations. A round of applause once more. Let me also use the powers that I have. Is Old Mutual here to do a message of support quickly? They need a projector. But I know that no, South African. Linyaka projector South African. I know you. You are progressive. Come. How about Old Mutual and everybody? Hey, banality gadgets. They want to show off. 2 minutes, it's okay. Come, my leader, the stage is yours. A round of applause, please. Okay, sure.
Viva Sadtu, viva. Thank you, the executive leaders from the national office, from the province, from regions, from branches, and all executive leaders from the sites who are available here. Let me start by saying, comrade, you will never benefit from SACCO if you did not apply to be a member of SACCO by paying the relevant amounts of buying shares, deposits, and stuff like that. But you will be a part of Sadtu Benevolent Fund if you are a member of Sadtu. That is an automatic benefit to all members of Sadtu. Okay. All the 275,000 members of Sadtu who are in good standing, comrade, are part of Sadtu. automatically you are part of Sadtu Benevolent Fund under Sadtu Funeral Benefit. That fund, comrade, it pays out 10,000 to the family of a deceased member to assist in the preparation of your funeral. I will go to it in deeper later, comrade. But automatically you are part of that fund. The Sadtu Funeral Benefit, comrade, was formed in accordance with Organizational Objective 6.14 that states in your objective book, I mean your rules, that Sadtu will develop benefits for its members and their benefits. That is why we have these benefits. These benefits, after the resolution was taken by Sadtu in a second sitting after its formation, was taken down to all the 523 branches, which a green light was given that we should have this. So Sadtu funeral benefit is open to all its members according to clause 6.1 of Sadtu membership, full membership. As a result, comrade, we are saying for us to be able to reach all the branches, for us to reach all the regions, this should be a collective effort of all leaders. And I'd like to thank the comrade Lidimo, who sent us the invitation to all the 5 teacher forums in this province. Even some of the leaders couldn't afford us the opportunity to address you. Because, comrade, I believe that if the leaders believe in this benefit that is for Sadtu, they can't deny you opportunity to address the masses. Because our statistics, comrade, to update this Congress is from the 275,000 members that we have, half of our members don't have our benefits. And the reason is they don't know. In certain branches, when we visit, comrade will say, "Where have you been?" Because, comrade, the benefits that are there for your family and extended, they have been negotiated by Sadtu using its membership, meaning it used you as a member to negotiate for this with South African. Funeral schemes are very expensive, comrade, out there. I'm referring to our competitors that are charging you exorbitant premiums, whereas you've got your own. You've got your own funeral benefits for being a member of Sadtu. I will give you one example, comrade, that was in Mamelodi the other time. This comrade was paying 600 rand for her 74-year mother. 628 rand to be exact, for 15,000. When we gave him the form for South African, because comrade South African is the nominated underwriter of our benefit, other companies refused to work with us. That comrade, when we gave him the form, she looked and said, "But comrade, are you sure that I'm going to pay 200 for even up a benefit of 15,000 from Sadtu?" Then I said, yes. She made a saving of 400 rand. With the 400 rand, she managed to put other extended family members. It's a benefit. We have 4 bodies that are looking into the benefit, into this benefit, comrade. That is Sadtu. That is ourselves. We are a brokerage company under the leadership of Comrade Malomba Shikwamba. It's called AMSC. South African is the underwriter, of which our mandate is to ensure that they are doing their business according to the terms and conditions that have agreed with Sadtu. The maintenance of the policies, the payment of claim in time. We've got another body, Pakama administrators, their responsibility as well, comrade, is to ensure that our policies are maintained in a better position. We are requesting the leaders of various structures of SADC to assist us so that we can send our advisors to go and assist. We really are appealing. We believe that if the leaders of regions, the leaders of branches, do not agree with this, that this is the benefit of members of SADC, it's putting our members in a very disadvantaged position. We are opening ways for other competitors. Some of them will be saying that they've got a contract with SADC, and then giving our members forms, and then letting our members paying exorbitant premiums, comrade. Let me come back to the benevolent fund issue, comrade, before I close. All members of SADC belongs to SADC benevolent fund that pays 10,000. And a resolution was taken by SADC in the Congress 2006 that said all members of SADC that goes on retirement due to 60 years and above, or they're going on retirement due to ill health, are given the opportunity, comrade, to apply for SADC paid up retirement certificate so that they go on retirement with the 10,000 that is there from SADC. There are only three things that are required by South African, because the certificate will be issued by South African. The letter from the district, your ID copy, latest payslip that will be sent to South African indicating that you're a member of SADC in good stand. Where we go, comrade, we also assist in making sure that the membership of SADC grows. Because if you're an educator and you are being attracted to our benefit, you need to complete SADC membership form. Because the benefits are not open to any teacher. You must be a member of SADC, you must complete that form, it must be taken to the region or the branches, then it gets captured. It is important, comrade, that we do that. We are currently paying around 18, 19 million to 20 million per month. Per month, comrades. An indication that the 125,000 members of SADC who are on our books receive such benefits. But then looking at the total member of SADC and the total member of SADC on our books, we still have plus minus 150,000 nationally. Then we still need to work hard, comrade, to make sure that they are on our books, comrade. For any other thing or any other arrangement, comrades, I'll give you my number so that when we reopen, we can send, we've got teams around in Gauteng that we can send to various branches to assist. And then my number will be 083 292 6081. 083 292 6081. I thank you, comrade. Amanda. Ahole, Gauteng, ahole. Thank you. Thank you, leader.
Thanks, Comrade Ambrose. A round of applause. Thank you so much. Well, let's remind you, the mobile clinic outside. And we are not going to influence you. Listen to these presentations. All of them are nice. Let's listen now to GEPF and listen attentively. GPF.
Thank you, Chair. Amandla. Good afternoon, comrades. Thank you to the leadership for giving me this opportunity. And thank you, comrades, for allowing me to come and present this very difficult topic for you. But I'm a well-groomed child. I was taught that when you're in the presence of esteemed individuals, you need to show respect. So I'll start off with a wise quote that was there on my headmaster's door in my primary school. The quote said, "A good education can change anyone, but a good teacher can change everything." I'm in front of esteemed teachers, and it is unfortunate that as society sometimes we do not say it enough. But before I get into this presentation, I think it would be a crime if I did not thank you for all the hard work that you do. It would be a crime if I did not express my gratitude for the profession. I think for me to be here, it is through all the teachers that taught me from when I was a child. I might not have been taught by any of you, but there are many other people like me who are equally grateful for all the hard work you're doing. So I just want to start off by thanking you for that. I've been given the very difficult task of explaining this two-pot or two-component system. I'll try to simplify it. I understand that I've been given a very difficult slot where I'm standing between you and the food, so I'll also try to move quickly. So let's start off with what has gone wrong with the current system. So if we look at it closely, I think many of you as our members have always complained that I get this benefit statement. I see that when I retire, I'm going to get this huge lump sum, I'm going to get this secure income. But there's no way for me to access it now if I face financial troubles. There's no way of me benefiting directly if I face some form of financial troubles. So this lack of flexibility within the current system is one of the reasons why the policymakers decided to review the current retirement funding systems. They realized that there was a lack of flexibility. There was the only way you could access your benefits as a member is either through resigning and leaving your employment, or if you unfortunately passed on, or if you eventually reached your retirement age. The other problem is that the members are retiring with very low pensions. And what has been noticed, and it might not necessarily be a GPF problem, but look at the industry as a whole, is that people are cashing in each time they resign. They take their full retirement savings, and they're not setting aside anything for when they retire. And then when they eventually retire, they're retiring with low pensions. So the policymakers then decided to tweak the system to try and address these two challenges. So what you notice is that this two-pot system is trying to achieve two goals. It's going to allow you to have some form of flexibility in terms of accessing your pension fund savings. So you no longer have to resign from your job to access your pension fund savings. But there is a secondary objective. The system is going to force preservation of the majority of your benefits to ensure that you retire with sufficient income. So now let's look at the workings of the system. I hope everyone can see the diagrams there, because they are deliberate in how they've been set up. You notice that we've got one pot, you have a lid. And then you have a second pot which is bigger and has a lid. And I'll ask you to just keep that in mind, because that will explain some of the important aspects and the certain levels of access that you have to the different pots. So now let's introduce this two-pot system. What is the two-pot system saying? From 1 September 2024 onwards, what you, member, get as a benefit will be split into two different pots or two different components. You will have what is called your savings pot, and you'll have a retirement pot. Now, for those who are paying attention, a common question is, but what about everything that I'll have earned up to now, or up until 31 August 2024? What will happen to that? The good news is those benefits will stay, and they're going to be saved in a different pot, which is called your vested pot. Again, you note that that pot has a lid, but that lid is not completely closed. And there's a reason why we've put it like that. So that was just a gentle introduction of what the two-pot system is. Let's now get into a bit more detail. And maybe before I get into the detail, just to confirm that from 1 September 2024, once the two-pot system is launched, it is compulsory for every fund, including the GPF. It is compulsory for every active member. So there's no option to opt out. For the GPF, as a defined benefit fund, how you determine the split of the 1/3 and 2/3, so what goes to your savings pot and retirement pot, it will not be based on your contributions, but it will be based on your pensionable service from 1 September 2024. So let's get into a bit more detail. Let's start with our vested pot. What exactly is this vested pot? So everyone who's currently a GPF member, you've been earning benefits, and you have benefits that are due to you. And all the benefits that you will have earned up until 31 August 2024, they are going to be subject to the current system. They're going to be subject to the current laws in terms of how you get paid, in terms of access, and in terms of the tax treatment. And all these benefits that you'll have earned up until 31 August 2024 will be recognized and saved in what is called your vested pot. That vested pot will be either balances that accrue or that are recognized in that pot will be based on your years of pensionable service from the time that you join the GPF to 31 August 2024. And these benefits are yours. They're not going to go anywhere. You are entitled to them on every form of it. One thing that I have to highlight, because it gets a bit confusing when we speak of a vested benefit. The immediate understanding is that this amount will not change. But I'd like to highlight that what is vested and what will not change is the years of service that are used to determine the amounts that go to this vested pot. But the actual balance that will be recorded in that vested pot will change with time. So when your salary changes, your vested pot balance will change. As you grow older, you will have a different actuarial factor applied, so your balance in that vested pot will change. So what I've outlined is an example. Let's consider a 40-year-old member who, as of 1 September 2024, has 10 years of service in the GPF. Let's assume that they're earning a final salary of 300,000. So on 1 September 2024, when they look at their benefit statement, they'll see a balance of 610,800 under the vested pot. Now, let's look at this member 1 year later. Let's assume that their salary has increased. If their salary has increased to 315,000, you will see that there will be a different balance reflected on their benefit statement. But that balance is still being calculated based on 10 years. So this member now, 1 year later, they now have 11 years of being part of the GPF. But what is going to be reflected as a balance in the vested pot is going to be based on the 10 years, and the 10 years being what they had up until 1 September 2024. You will note that the balance has changed, it has increased. So that's just to highlight that what doesn't change in your vested pot is the years of service that are used to calculate your benefit. But your actual balance will change. So for those who were paying attention, the vested pot had a lid, but that lid was not fully closed. And the reason why that lid was not fully closed was to indicate that there's some form of flexibility in terms of how you can access it. So on 1 September 2024, members will be allowed to take a portion of their benefits from the vested pot and transfer it into what is called your savings pot. That once-off transfer is what is being referred to as seeding capital. But there are certain restrictions and rules that apply for the seeding capital. The first restriction is that what you can seed is 10% of what you have in the vested pot. But there's a secondary restriction, which is that 10% cannot exceed an amount of 30,000. So what does this mean? Let's look at an example to make it clear. Suppose we have a member who on 1 September 2024 has a balance of 500,000 in their vested pot. 10% of this 500,000 is an amount of 50,000. But this person will not be able to transfer the full 50,000 because the law is saying you are limited to a maximum of 30,000. So even though 10% of this member's benefit is 50,000, what can be transferred, what can be seeded is 30,000. So for this member, their seeding capital on day one will be 30,000. This is what they can transfer from the vested pot to the savings pot. And if we look at the table below, what it means is that after seeding, what is left in the vested pot will be 470,000. And what they'll have in the savings pot is 30,000. And there'll be nothing in the retirement pot because they've not yet worked from 1 September 2024. But their total benefit is still 500,000. So no money has left the fund. We have just reallocated where the fund is where the money is allocated to. As such, that once-off transfer is not what? Taxable. Let's look at a different example. Suppose now we're looking at a member who has a vested pot balance of 100,000. So the benefits that they earned as at 31 August 2024 in the GPF is 100,000. 10% of this 100,000 is 10,000. This member would transfer that full 10,000. They cannot transfer more than 10,000 because it then violates the restriction of 10%. So such a member will only seed or transfer 10,000 on day one. And after they've transferred it, they'll be left with 90,000 in the vested pot and 10,000 in the savings pot. So when you seed, you're not losing out any money. But what is happening is you're just transferring it from one pot to the next. So what this example is showing is that if your vested pot balance is more than 300,000 or more on 31 August 2024, it means that your seed capital will be 30,000. So if you look at your benefit statement and you see your current resignation value is higher than 300,000, then the most you can transfer on day one will be 30,000. Now let's move on to the savings pot. We spoke about the vested pot. Now we are moving to the actual two pots. So for everyone who's part of the GPF right now, you won't have two pots, you will have three pots. Because you have a vested pot, a savings pot, and a retirement pot. But for someone who's going to join the workforce from 1 September 2024 onwards, they'll only have two pots, being the savings and the retirement pot. So why is this savings pot important? Let's understand the detail around it. So every month that you work and that you're part of and that you contribute to the GPF, 1/3 of your service will be allocated to this savings pot. So each month that you work, the balance in your savings pot will be growing. But it's not being allocated the full month of service, it's being allocated 1/3. So if you think about it, if you're not withdrawing anything, each month your savings pot will grow. It will start off with the seeding capital, whether it's 30,000 or something lower, and then each month it will keep growing. Now, why is this saving spot important? This spot is introducing the flexibility that we spoke about earlier. So think about the current situation now. The only way to access your retirement fund savings is you either have to resign and leave your job, you either have to divorce your partner, which we do not encourage, you either have to reach your retirement age, or you unfortunately pass on. Now, that will no longer be the case. You'll be able to access the balances in your savings pot. But there are terms and conditions and there are restrictions. What are these restrictions? For you to be able to come to the GPF and ask to withdraw an amount from your savings pot, you need to have a balance of at least 2,000 Rand in that savings pot. If you have less than 2,000 Rand, you will not be allowed to come and put a request to withdraw an amount from that savings pot. So that is the first restriction. The next restriction is that you're only allowed to make a withdrawal from this savings pot once in a tax year. The tax year in South Africa runs from 1 March to 29 February of the next, 28 or 29 February of the next year. So what does this mean? So if you come on 1 September and you withdraw from your savings pot, you cannot come back in October. You cannot come back in December and say, I want some money for December. The earliest time that you can come and make a withdrawal from your savings pot will be 1 March of the next year. So that is the second restriction. The third restriction, and this is what members need to pay particular attention to. Whatever you take from the savings pot will be treated as your additional income. And it will be taxed at your pay as you earn rates. So what does that mean? If you are a member who's earning 300,000 Rand a year, and in that particular tax year you withdraw, let's say 30,000, you'll be taxed as if you have earned 330,000. So that's what we mean when we say it will be taxed at your marginal rates or at your pay as you earn rates. It will be added to your other income and taxed on that basis. And I apologize, members, I should have started with this. I'm merely a messenger. I'm not a policymaker. I'm relaying the message that has been passed on by the policymakers. So now that we've spoken about these restrictions, let's understand what it means for us as members. So what you have is an option to withdraw from the savings pot, but it's not an obligation. We've had a lot of comments and we've had a lot of complaints from members saying 30,000 is too little. And we understand that. But you do not have, just because it's 30,000 now, does not mean that you have to withdraw the 30,000. You can wait for it to grow to a sufficiently large amount that you desire, and then you can withdraw it. But again, like we said, what you have is an option. It's not an obligation. If there's no need for you to withdraw, then you're not obliged to withdraw from your savings pot. Now, the other restriction. So remember, what you are accessing from your savings pot, it's your money. It's not anyone else's money. This money you've worked for, this is a salary that is essentially been deferred, but it's meant to pay you when you retire. So whatever you take out today is reducing what you get when you eventually leave the fund or when you eventually retire. So any withdrawal that you make from the savings pot will result in the service, in your pensionable service, being reduced. Let's look at an example. So there's no free lunch. Whatever you take out is going to be penalized somewhere. Not sure. Okay, the slide does not see. Okay, so there's an example later on that will highlight what we mean by that service reduction. So we'll get to that. But before we get to that, I wanted to first touch on the retirement pot. So we said from 1 September 2024, benefits based on 1/3 of your pensionable service will flow to your savings pot. The remainder, being the 2/3, will go to what is called your retirement pot. Now, if we go back to the first pots that we showed, there was a savings pot. It was smaller and it didn't have a lid. The reason why it didn't have the lid was to show that you have got some level of access to it. You can go and dip in from that pot regularly, but subject to the restrictions that we've said. Your retirement pot was bigger, indicating that it's a higher proportion of your overall benefits. It's based on 2/3 of the benefits that you earn in a month. The lid was closed, and it was closed for a reason. You now have restricted access to that particular pot. So what does it mean? This pot can only be accessed once you reach your retirement age, once you formally retire, or if you unfortunately pass on if earlier. The second restriction is this pot, this retirement pot, can only pay you a pension. You're not going to be able to get a lump sum from it. The only way you would get a lump sum from it is if the balance in that retirement pot is lower than 165,000 rand. If it is higher than 165,000 rand, you can only get a regular pension, which will be paid for the rest of your life, continuing to your surviving spouse. A common question that has been coming up from those who are afraid is, can I access this if I emigrate? Again, the policymakers have tightened the screws and have made sure that you cannot game the system. So if you emigrate, you will only be able to access the balances in your retirement pot as a cash value or as a cash lump sum once you have shown that you are no longer a tax resident for a period of 3 years. So you would have to wait at least 3 years before you get paid cash from this retirement pot. So you cannot resign and say you're emigrating and expect to get paid. They've unfortunately closed that loophole. Your beneficiaries, if you unfortunately pass on, will be paid as cash lump sums from that retirement pot. So that aspect still stays the same. Payouts from this pot will be taxed at the retirement tax table rates. So that aspect does not change. So we have looked at the pots. Now let's look at more detail, or in more detail, about what is changing going forward. So we spoke about service periods. So right now when you look at your benefit statement, you see one service period. The GPF shows when you join the fund and what your pensionable service date is. Going forward, that will change slightly. Instead of reflecting a single service period, we'll now be breaking that service period into 3 different periods. You now see what is called vested service. This will show the period of which you've been part of the GPF from whenever you joined the GPF up until 31 August 2024. You'll see a second service period, which will be your savings service, and this will be 1/3 of your service from 1 September 2024 going forward. You'll see retirement service, which will be 2/3 of your pensionable service from 1 September 2024 going forward. And the total of those service periods will be your total pensionable service. So let's look at an example. Let's say we have a member who joined the GPF on 1 September 2014. So on 1 September, and let's assume that they've not divorced or they've not purchased service. So on 1 September 2024, such a person will have 10 years of pension service. What is the benefit statement and what is the system going to show you? Now it's going to show you that you've got 10 years of vested service for this member. And then you have 0 years of saving service and 0 years of retirement service because you have not worked a day after 1 September 2024. Now, if we look at this same member 1 year later, what does that mean? This person has been a member of the GPF for 11 years. Right, so that's their period of membership. But what is the service period? Your benefit statement will show you 10 years for the vested service, because we say the vested service is not changing. It's based on your service up until 31 August 2024. So it will stay the same unless you get divorced. Your saving service is now 4 months, because we said you're only credited 1/3 of your month. So in this case, it's 1/3 of a full year. 1/3 of 12 months is 4 months. Your retirement service will be 8 months, because it's the 2/3 of that year. So this person's pensionable service is 11 years, which is the same as the period of membership. Now let's look at a different case. What if this member on 31 August 2025 decided to empty their savings pot? If they empty their savings pot, it means their savings service should reduce. So this person has still been a member of the GPF for 11 years, but they've decided to cash in on their benefit earlier. So what will the system and what will show you, and what will your benefit statement show you? You still have your 10 years of vested service as before, but your savings service is now 0 years, because the person cashed in the full balance, or in other words, they cashed in all their service for the day before. The retirement service won't change. It will still be 8 months, because they don't have access to it. So even though this person has been a GPF member for 11 years, so even if we say that they've got 11 years of membership, the pensionable service, which is what is used to determine your benefits, is now something lower. It's now 10 years and 8 months. So this is what we mean when we say whatever you cash in from your savings pot will reduce your service. It is going to reduce your savings service. There is no free lunch. Whatever you take out is going to reduce your savings service. And when you reduce your savings service, it means you reduce your total pensionable service. But again, I'd like to remind you that what you're taking out is your money. So if the choice is to withdraw, you're just withdrawing from yourself. This picture is not clear, but it was meant to be an illustration of how a future benefit statement will look. Instead of having 1 service period, we'll show you 3 service periods, as discussed before. And then instead of showing you 1 benefit, we'll be showing you the breakdown of the benefits according to the different pots. So when you look at your total actuarial interest, or your total benefit that is payable for you on resignation, we'll be showing you what it is in the vested pot, what it is in the savings pot, and what it is in the retirement pot. And then the total of those balances is what you'll be paid in the end. Now let's look at the specifics of how these benefits relate to the different exits. So remember, we've said that your total pensionable service, we are now splitting it into 3. So it means whatever benefit we show for you will now also be split into 3, based on your vested service, savings service, and your retirement service. Now let's look at the possible benefit that will cause the most uproar, which is your resignation benefit. So what happens currently? So let's say we were in the 2-pot world. What is happening currently is when you resign, you have the option of receiving your full benefits as cash. So in other words, you get paid from your vested, your savings, and retirement pot as cash. Now, after 1 September 2024, that is changing. If you resign and if you choose to receive your benefits as cash, what you'll be paid as a cash value is the balance in your vested pot and the balance in your savings pot. You will not be paid the balance in your retirement pot as cash. You will not be paid the balance in your retirement pot at the point at which you resign. Your retirement pot is payable once you reach your retirement age, and it is payable as a pension. So what does this mean in the GPF? And again, to remind comrades, messenger.
Amandla, we are requesting your patience. Remember, we're giving you information. Thank you.
Thank you, comrades. So what does this mean for you as a GPF member? It means when you resign, if you are not transferring your benefits outside of the GPF will pay you the vested pot and the savings pot balances. The retirement pot will now be kept in the GPF as a deferred pension. So let's say when you resign, you qualify for a deferred pension of 5,000 per month. That pension will be kept in the fund, and it will be increased each year with pension increases up until you eventually retire. So let's say you're a 40-year-old who's going to retire in 20 years' time. That 5,000 will be increased with the pension increases over the 20 years. So by the time you actually retire, you're not going to get the same 5,000 that you resigned with, but you get something more. It could even be double. It could be more than that. So the money won't stay constant, but it will be increased with the pension increases. Again, your retirement pot. So currently what happens in the GPF is if you retire with less than 10 years of pensionable service, you get paid your full benefit as a lump sum. But that is going to change going forward because the rules or the law itself says your retirement pot can only pay you a pension unless your retirement pot is less than 165,000. So if you retire with less than 10 years of pensionable service, you'll only be paid cash from your vested and savings pot. And you get a pension, regular pension for the rest of your life from your retirement pot. What's all mean? So retrenchments, dismissals are the same. When you resign or when you're retrenched or when you are dismissed, you'll be paid from your vested pot immediately. You'll be paid from your savings pot immediately. But you get an immediate payment from your retirement pot. This will be preserved up until you reach retirement age. And you'll be paid a pension unless that amount is lower than 165,000. We've said that you now have an extra benefit that you're entitled to, which is your savings withdrawal benefit. That savings withdrawal benefit can only come from your savings pot, but is subject to the restriction that you need to have at least 2,000 rand. You can only withdraw it once in a tax year, and it will be taxed at your marginal rates of tax. Divorces for your ex-spouse, when you get divorced, will be entitled to a cash benefit from all three pots. So that part has not changed. Transfers, you'll be able to transfer your benefits to another pension fund or to another preservation fund if required. But there are restrictions. The transfers are pot specific. So you cannot transfer a retirement pot from the GPF into a savings pot of another fund. It has to be to a retirement pot of that particular fund. And then in terms of retirements, for all retirements, whether it's early retirement, ill health, or normal or late retirement, you will get paid a gratuity and a pension from your vested pot. Your savings pot will give you a gratuity benefit, and your retirement pot will pay you a pension. In terms of the benefits themselves, we've said what flows to your vested pot is based on pensionable service up until 31 August 2024. What goes to the savings pot is 1/3 of your service from 1 September 2024, with the remainder, which is the 2/3, being what goes to the retirement pot. Your vested pot is payable on all forms of exit, so it's accessible on all forms of exit. Similarly, your savings pot is paid on all forms of exit. But in addition to that, you can access it without resigning. Your retirement pot is payable on all forms of exit, but is not payable immediately. It is only payable once you reach your retirement age, and it is payable as a pension. In terms of what gets paid at retirement, like I said earlier, your vested pot pays you a lump sum, which is your gratuity, and a pension. Your savings pot pays you your gratuity. Your retirement pot pays you only a pension. And then in terms of the tax treatment, if you're leaving the fund, you'll be taxed at the normal SARS tax table rates, which is either the withdrawal rate, the withdrawal tax table, or the retirement tax table. But if you're making a withdrawal from the savings pot without resigning, that will be taxed as additional income and will be taxed at your pay-as-you-earn rates. So what else do our members need to keep in mind? So far, the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill has been signed into law. That has introduced the two-pot system. But for the two-pot system to be fully implemented, there's still another set of legislation that needs to be signed. That is the Laws Amendment Bill. We understand that it is still at the President's signed in the next weeks. Once that law has been signed, we will need to update the GP law and rules. And these will be communicated to all our stakeholders and all members. We're having discussions about changing some of the benefit structures so that they fully align with the two-pot system. So there will be a request that will be brought forward to the leadership, if it has not yet been brought forward already, around the accrual rates that are used by the GF. Our systems are currently being updated so that they can be ready for the two-pot system by 1 September 2024. And we encourage our members to visit our website and read the frequently asked questions section to get an idea of how the two-pot system will work. So right now, I am like a sales agent for a tobacco company. I cannot tell you not to smoke, but I have to tell you the dangers of smoking. I cannot tell you not to access your money, because this is money that you've worked for. But I have to give you the warnings of accessing your money without planning. The GPF is saving your money towards your retirement so that you retire comfortably. Whatever you access earlier means you retire with less. But it does not mean that every early access that you make is bad. If you're accessing your money early, make sure it is to address a genuine need. Make sure that it is either to reduce a debt or to invest in something that will give you higher returns than being part of the fund. Let it not be the December bonus. Let it not be what finances your trip to Hawaii or Mauritius. Be financially responsible with your money. This is your asset, and it is meant to ensure that you retire comfortably. So we always advise our members to think of preserving their benefits where possible. I was pleased to know that you've got a savings vehicle that is doing well. So that means you shouldn't be cashing in on this savings pot. Or if you cash in on it, make sure you're investing it with the savings vehicle. With that, my comrades, I conclude my presentation. The two-pot system is introducing a lot of changes. It is going to be very difficult for you to understand everything in one go. We encourage our members to keep reading the information we're putting on our website. There are videos that we'll be bringing out in the next few weeks. And if there are any questions, because you might not think of questions right now, if there are any questions that you might have, please send them to your leadership. They'll forward them to us, and then we'll provide responses, and then they'll relay those responses to you. With that, I conclude my presentation. I don't know if we have enough time for questions, but thank you, Sadtu leadership.
Thank you very much. No, it's okay, Brian. Thanks. A round of applause, my leaders. Brian the messenger. He has done very well. The message is clear. There is no free lunch, but let's go and get our free lunch now at Pumulo. Thank you so much. Yeah? The lunch will be for 45 minutes only. 45 minutes.
So, hey.
Amandla. Amandla. Viva Sadtu, viva. Viva Sadtu, viva. Comrades, let's welcome you back. Let's welcome you back. Well, before lunch, we took the two-pot system. That it said there is no free lunch. We gave you free lunch. That's Sadtu. But Sadtu made sure that there is a mobile clinic. If you are shocked, you must go and get help there. Let's allow Comrade Tomzota to come and introduce a very important guest in the room. Tomzota.
Amandla, comrades. Viva Sadtu, viva. Comrades, allow me to introduce to yourselves a member of Sadtu who served for many years in the province. He served as the deputy chair of this province, dealing with cases and winning almost all of them. We are very proud to be associated with such a guy. At this particular juncture, he's within the room and he is now serving the employer. He has been deployed to head office as a chief negotiator from the side of the employer. We normally sit together with the PM, Comrade Skitla, PS, and the other leaders from regions. So the person I'm talking about is none other than one of our own, Comrade Voyo Zali. Comrade Voyo, can you stand up and greet the comrades? Thank you so much, Comrade Voyo. You are welcomed. Enjoy yourself and mingle with the rest of the comrades. No. You'll be sorted out. Don't worry.
Thanks, Comrade Director Voyozali. Director, ne? Old Mushwala, are you ready? Are you ready at the back? Wait. Whilst we are still waiting for Old Mutual to finalize their presentation at the back, Comrade Tax, please come and greet us. Message of support.
Matla. Viva Sadtu, viva. Viva South African Democratic Teachers Union, viva. Viva ANC, viva. Viva COSATU, viva. Viva National Association of School Governing Bodies, viva. Viva NASCOP, viva. Bandla. Re ke le dumedise baetapele ba Sadtu Gauteng, Comrade Eddie in absentia, Comrade Pat, Comrade Didimo, and the rest of the leadership in the province. Dumela banna le bomme. Ha o sana bomme le bontate ke re a lekana kaofela. Kana ka re dumela bomme. No, I'm so happy to see Sadtu. Ke utlwile Ntombizodwa ang introduce fela Ntombizodwa o ka re o ntebetse. Ha sa ntseba hantle. So to encourage everybody is that I was never a member of Sadtu. I founded Sadtu. So you must always know people who do not know, like Neribua Lezandi, Amplela, or there's a story sa donkey. Donkey, Irole Morana Jeso ya Israel. Hai fitla Israel, by Allah di better, Totsega ofela, it's a mamodi madi bet. Next week, Israel, e sa rola morena Jesu ya makala ba e rema ka dilepe. So ke ska ba jalo. I will always be a member. Once a member ya Sadtu, you are always a member ya Sadtu. But, comrade, once a revolutionarist, you remain a revolutionarist. I see revolutionarists among you. I see activists, people who do not care about positions and all those things. But what makes you happy is the people that you are serving. If the people that you are serving are happy, you are the most happiest person. And I see you all here. I see you all here, and you are occupying very critical position in our society. Very critical position in our society. When we look upon you, we see God in you. We see God in you, comrades, if you do not know. You see, why am I saying God? Is this fact that how na le ngwana o monyane ko gae. He teacher ko skolong a ka re mo ngwana kana o teacher a re mo ngwana 4 + 2 is 18. How fitla mo gae o re no teacher a bui tsona 4 + 2 is not 18. 4 + 2 is 6. O bolela re o re mo wena mama wa tseba a o tsebe selo wena. Now that shows that now you are God. And in the past you were used to call people who provide service. We know that things have changed, but as much as things have changed, we must live like anybody in our country. But bear in mind that you are gods. And every time when you enter that gate, you must think of creation. Look at yourself. You are a professional. These children, they must envy you. They must envy you. And I go hore bana ba rona ba le bona ba khalle ho ba ma teacher. Ba khalle ho ba how mutsa go ga I want to be a teacher. I want to be like my teacher. Now, I know that things have changed, but please, you are the workers of the mind workers. You are the workers of the mind. Even things change. You are the people who are changing things. Leher lusise di elections. Raskabara rakomba monwana kai are comparing to ourselves. Ke rona re khositseng because you are occupying a very strategic position in society as teachers. You must know that. We support you. National Association of School Government support you every time. We know that our children are taking you in schools. We see some videos running around that a teacher has been attacked or a teacher has been shot at or a teacher has been killed and all those. You know, remember when a teacher, which is your colleague in Northwest, we called the minister, we called him and say we want the National Convention. And we had 2 of them. But know that we love you. We love you so much. As I said, National Association is prepared to work with you through and throughout. But as I said, once a revolutionarist, and want to call upon you to talk to your colleagues. Because when your colleagues retire, then they become tired. They must not become tired. They just have retired, but they know that they are occupying a very strategic position in the society. They must come back and ask Sadtu, ask Lidimu, where should we help you? Where should we help you? We have got a problem of curriculum. We have got a problem of methods, problem of mathematics, there are a lot of problems. And we are fighting every day to say, whoever comes there as a minister, we want you to go on where the foregone ministers left off. We want you to go on. The introduction of the ECD, those teachers must come and help you. And a National Association of School Government is talking to the parents, because the truth of the matter, if there is no order in school, it is us who do not have order. Our children must be told, you are going to school. You are going to listen to your teacher. You are going to do whatever your teacher is doing. Respect your teacher. Be a friend to your teacher. Do all these things. So it means we as parents are failing to talk to our children. But we are saying also, you, I think somebody has already said, you are in law, local parentis, in law. These are your children. Don't come back to us when they dare at school and say, what must we do and all those things. You have solutions. You have to. Today here, when we go to the commissions, let's get solutions. How do we create order in our schools? How do we ensure that these children do work? And lastly, I am on record, and then I was on the media Cape Talk, I think on Tuesday, no, on Sunday, interviewing me about the cell phones. And I told them that the stand of National Association is very clear. Governing body must make policy that we don't want cell phones in schools. We don't want them. Some parents are debating that, no, well, the cell phones, how do I communicate with the child and all those things? Just imagine. Then you want to communicate with your child whilst your child is in class. You want to communicate with the child. And we are saying, Sadtu, we want to call upon you that it must be one of the resolutions. And I'm happy, there's a city in England. There's a city in England, if you Google that, you'll find that city in England is St. Alban. They are discussing the question of the manners of cell phones, to say it will be the first city in the world to bar children from coming to school with cell phones. And we want to say, Sadtu, this is a campaign that we shall not lose. This is a campaign that really we must not lose. That talk to your school governing bodies, and we want to call upon you to ensure that now you support school governing bodies. Support them. You know that we do not know, we are just mere parents. We don't know education. We know nothing. We don't know, even sometimes I don't know where I got this English and all those things. And all those things. Don't laugh at us. Help us. And I think this government of ours, knew exactly what it's doing by bringing teachers into the school governing bodies. You are there as agents of change. But if kannete ko sekolong sa ha ona school governing body, ha ona courses in the high school. Hai re tshwantse re khutle re ke re tlo bua comrade Limo, comrade Pet, re ka tshwantse re bua re tlo khutla. If hona le bo teacher le principal, 3 people in the school governing body, but ho tsantse una le matlhapa or alaba la because you are part and parcel of school governing bodies. Can't say alabala principal le motho wa mapanta then maralele alabala or bo teacher. To say that body always govern the school, and if you support them, your school will be normal, because they'll be able to formulate progressive policies in your schools, and you live not. Mata.
Thank you. And reply, Sadtu also loves you. 3 presentations quickly. We'll start with Old Mutual. Are you ready?
Viva Sadtu, viva! Viva Sadtu, viva! It's always difficult to speak after an elderly person has spoken, more especially that he was very serious and sharing his wisdom. Let me start first by observing protocol to the leadership of Sadtu in the Gauteng province. I really appreciate this opportunity that we are part of your session today. I was supposed to be here yesterday. Unfortunately, I came late, but I arrived after 2. I was sitting outside, but today I'm available. My name is Peggy Munaring. I'm the Provincial General Manager for Old Mutual Gauteng. I just want to introduce the structure of Old Mutual in Gauteng. One of the colleagues was introduced. He's standing in front of me with a grey jersey. Is Mr. Tisela Maluleka. He's the regional manager for Gauteng South region. There's Mr. Maluleka. And we also have another region in Gauteng that is called Gauteng Central under the leadership of Zolega Tima. And in Pretoria, I've got Alizio Matlala. So as far as gender is concerned, I've got 2 ladies in my team and a gentleman. We are balanced leadership. Alizio Matlala from Pretoria is one of the regional managers of Old Mutual. I think my presentation came after a difficult one of 2-pot system. And I understand why the gentleman has left after his presentation. And I really wanted to thank him because part of my presentation was to highlight certain things about 2-pot system, but he has done a great job. I will not bore you and remind you of the grumbling that I heard during his presentation. So I'm coming with a different one, the 3-pot system. It's a creation that I thought about when I was sitting there, that now that guy has presented what I was supposed to do, what is it that I'm going to say? But I think during the presentation, I could hear people grumbling. Some saying, I'll resign now. Some saying it's too late. And whatever that you were saying during his presentation. But as a leadership, I'm challenging you that we have a responsibility to go and educate the members that are not here, that you are representing, to understand what is 2-pot system. And where do we come in as Old Mutual? We've got fully trained people, leadership, that can help your members in the regions, at your schools, to come and do presentations regarding the 2-pot system. Because you realize that it's another exam of its own. For people to understand what does it really mean. And the gentleman said, I must tell you the advantages and the disadvantages. And I'm not the one who will tell you, do not cash in your money that you've worked hard for so many years. But after his presentation, it's fair for us understanding that we may be pressurized by financial problems. But one big question, without telling you what to do, is it worth it to cash in your pension money? And during lunchtime, where I was seated, there were colleagues who were debating the 2-pot system and the actual retirement saving that you do as an individual. And one of the colleagues said at the table, she's got a colleague that has retired but that colleague has not touched his actual retirement fund. All that he's currently doing and spending now, it's money that he has saved on his own as a retirement annuity and investments. I'm encouraging you. It's never too late to start saving. While you're waiting for your application form to cash in your pension fund, there's needs that continue to happen in your family. And your investment is there for you to cash in without being pressurized. We realized in our society daily, I'm saying daily, there's someone being robbed somewhere. There's a fraud that is committed somewhere, and that person has retired and has worked for government or a private institution for the rest of their lives. But someone, somehow, they are able to defraud that person money. Some go to an extent of doing loans, saying we'll borrow you this much and you'll bring back this much to us, because you are desperate. You have not saved privately so for yourself. So as All Mutual were saying, we are offering those solutions for you. Start saving for your own retirement and not rely only on your contributions that you do on your government pension fund. I'm not saying this to sell the products that I worked for, but I'm saying let us help South Africa to be a different country. Because why there's two-pot system? We complained that we cannot make loans while we have money that we are saving. But in actual fact, when he was presenting to say what happened where there's a school and there's a principal and there's a teacher and there's always an insurance person who will come and give financial advice. Those products are there to assist all of us. Earlier on, there was a presenter who presented about funeral products. I don't know what has changed in our society where we believe that something somewhere will happen to get us out of trouble, because we think we can survive without the benefits that we are supposed to create for ourselves. That is to have a retirement plan, to have a saving plan, to have a life cover benefit. Some of us will go to an extent, now, when you watch TV daily, there's Ratsiotella, there's Ekaya or whatever, these other programs that show us that as a black society, we've got problems. And we always fight for a four-roomed house that was left by our grandmothers and so forth, while we cannot build our own future for our own children. When I die, people call us, should you die? There's a reason for should I die, because there's debt that I live, and I've got a family, and I've got children. So we need to ensure that there's benefits for our children and there's benefits for ourselves. So I don't know if the IT is ready at the back. I would like them to start playing my presentation. On that note, thank you very much. And leadership, I hope we'll meet in the different regions to further this relationship that we have with Sadtu. I thank you. Sound? Can you have sound, please?
Businesses unlock their full potential and achieve their financial goals. With our comprehensive approach to financial wellness, we're dedicated to building financial literacy and resilience in the communities we serve. Through financial educational literacy programs and resources, we empower individuals to make informed decisions about their money, setting them on the path to financial security and success. However, our mission goes beyond just individuals. We believe in the power of small businesses to drive economic growth and prosperity. That's why we're passionate about supporting entrepreneurs and small business owners, providing them with the tools and resources they need to thrive in today's competitive landscape. We don't just stop there. by partnering with organizations in the retail mass market, transport and logistics, safety and security, hospitality and tourism, including the leading public and private sector unions, and so much more, we can amplify our impact and reach even more people to unlock new opportunities and pave the way for a brighter future for all. Because at Old Mutual, success isn't just a destination, it's a journey we take together. Our victory condition of becoming our customers' first choice to sustain, grow, and protect their prosperity, further improving their financial well-being every step of the way. So join us in our mission to unlock success, one individual, one business at a time.
One business, one individual at a time. Old Mutual. Thank you so much. A round of applause. Let's take an HP. When I was in the market,
Amandla, viva Sadtu, viva. Viva Sadtu, viva.
Viva.
Viva Kosatu, viva.
Viva.
Viva ANC, viva. Our leadership, I'm Comrade Mangaleso from NHP, one of the service providers, Saka Sadtu. Tina as NHP, si Entaranjani. The product was from Asupol Prosperity. Then Prosperity bought, Asupol bought Prosperity. Then Sangenaranjalo Tina as administrators. Then we are doing Sadtu administrators under Asupol Prosperity. Then we do Sadtu funerals under Asupol Prosperity. Then we do voluntarily membership recruitment. Tina Sangenaranjani, see, we go to regions, we talk to them for programs, then they allow us to do programs with them. Then we go to the ground, to the branches. Then we talk to the branch secretaries. Then we do recruitment. Then after those forms that we do in Comrade, we submit them weekly to Comrade George via the emails every week when we do recruitment. As NHP, I'm a policy at Comrade is 6 months waiting period, 7 paid deduction. Then if you submit on Kama document, we pay the claims within 48 hours. Then Comrade Siabonga as the NSP. Thanks, Comrade.
Thanks, Mangaliso. A round of applause again. Metropolitan, are you here? Okay. I think the real work of the PGC starts now. Let's allow the Provincial Secretary to come and brief us how we're going to deal with the commissions. Pierce?
Flag screening. Hey. On a accident. Mandla. Long live Sadtu, long live. Matla. Yarona. Manda. Abanda. Ashu. Ashu. All power. Thank you very much, comrades. We are going to be going into a very important business of the council, of generating key policy issues. So as a starting point, we must indicate, comrades, that first we have had to study existing resolutions of the organization. The reason we have done that is because we don't want the PGC to rehash resolutions. That's the first one. And I'm sure through your PEC members, you were given existing resolutions of the organization. Because there's always a temptation when we come together. There's always a temptation to want to harp on the same issues without moving forward. So we'll avoid that as a starting point. The second issue is that we received motions. We have given the PC members the motions which have been reworked. Because in the process of doing the audit of existing resolutions and new motions, we found that there was a repetition. And we had to eliminate those which were a repetition. So we're left with new proposals or new motions, so to speak. So that document is with your PEC members. Secondly, during plenary yesterday, we identified issues from the report, which the council resolved they will go to the commissions so that we develop proper motions which will be presented tomorrow. Now, the time we have between now and supper is little. We had anticipated to go earlier to commission, so we give ourselves sufficient time. So I'm sure you will be able to count 2.5 hours or so if you count between now and 7 o'clock in the evening. So please note, comrades, as deployed in various commissions, we have very limited time. So we don't have time for preambles and the background and all of that. We must just hit proposals so that we're able to use this limited time optimally. The second thing is that the facilitator, together with the rapporteur in the commission, must assist the commission to prioritize. You will find that in some of the issues we identified yesterday, you will find that they link to some of the existing resolutions. So you don't want to waste time. So the commission, as facilitated by the chair and the rapporteur assisting, you collectively agree to prioritize. If a commission can prioritize at least a minimum of 3 key motions, we would have done extremely well. Because the risk of wanting to do everything is that of entering into resolutions that are currently existing, and currently existing resolution, we're pursuing implementation. That's all that we need to do. So please do that exercise in the commission led by your chair, the facilitator, and the rapporteur. Prioritize at least 3. And hit it on the nail, proposal, 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 no long backgrounds and preambles. So this is how we're going to then take our work. The political/international commission will be in this venue, here where we are in plenary. It will be facilitated by Comrade Tulani, the chair of Mosenye. Will be assisted by Comrade Gap, the secretary of Tshwane, as well as Comrade Fani, the secretary of Gauteng North. They will assist this commission to do what we have said must be done in this commission. These issues were identified yesterday. the unity of COSATU, the results analysis, proliferation of SGB associations, Comrade Tax, political education, SACP contesting elections. So you'll find that, for example, we have already political education, we have resolutions existing. So do that work in that commission and agree on key issues that must be prioritized. Education Commission will be facilitated by Comrade Ben, the chair of Gauteng North, assisted by Comrade Mbogeni, the secretary of Mosinye, as a facilitator. These are the issues that were identified yesterday from the education section of the report. Again, the commission must do the same exercise. Let's not rehash. Let's go into new areas which we think we need intervention in those areas and do this business. Labor Commission, proposing that this commission will also be here. We'll just share the space, political and education will stay here. The Labor Commission will go to Yellowwood just as we walk out. Yellowwood is outside. The facilitator will be Comrade Thabo, chair of the East Rand, Comrade Kulu, the secretary of Southwest. Again, comrades, you do the same exercise that one has indicated. Those are the issues identified yesterday during plenary. Let's go and do that work. Organizational section, Cyprus is the venue. Comrade Mankaba, the chair of Southwest, as well as the secretary of the East End, Comrade Nzamai, will help us navigate this list of issues that we have identified yesterday against the motions that have been submitted. Prioritize, compare against existing motions. Let's not bring back motions that are a repetition. Let's break the new ground. Let's not repeat ourselves. So this is how we propose the commissions must be undertaken. The PwC members will join the commissions as resource persons according to their areas of work. For example, Comrade Pat will go into your labor as a resource to assist. Comrade Musedi and portfolio conveners will go into the organizational commission, except education. Comrade Louisa will go to education. Comrade Neo, we will request that he joins the political international commission. That position is usually taken up by the chair. So we will join with him in the political international commission. So that's how we propose we undertake the work between now until we take supper. Comrade Chair. Where is supper served? Administrator? Back there. So I was asked whether, because thereafter we'll have to go for supper. Supper is served at that same place we have been. So once we are done, we'll then go there for supper. And then we'll reconvene in the morning.
Thank you so much, PS. Well, commissioners, the time is 4:30. Let's push ourselves up to 7:30, the latest, this evening to iron out those motions, and the reporters come back tomorrow to come and give us a report. PS, do you expect this presentation, PS? Do you expect presentation? Tomorrow. Yes, they must be sent this evening or tomorrow morning?
Yes, in the evening after completion.
Okay, let's agree that by 12 o'clock the latest. So PS is not going to sleep, by the way. Make sure that by 12 o'clock we are done. Those who will be typing and doing other things, so that he could then give himself time to package and work out and prepare for presentations tomorrow. You'll agree with me that there is still a lot of work that needs to be done. And then we'll come back and report tomorrow at 9:30.
Just before you release.
Yes.
Are you done?
Yes.
No, Chair, sorry. Just to add, one of the facilitators in the Education Commission, Comrade Masana Sape, will join the Education Commission as a facilitator. Thanks.
Thanks, PS. Happy to get that. It was an omission. With the powers vested in me, I wish to dismiss you to your various commissions and see you tomorrow at 9:30, and we'll come across during supper. Amandla, let's start working, comrades. Lost and found, we'll give this to Musedi. You'll identify what is inside, and Musedi will give it to you. Thank you so much.
See you later.